I declare the meeting open at 6:05 p.m. this evening. Good evening, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting today is being held on Whadjuk Noongar Budja, and I'd like to acknowledge and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. I thank all past and present members of the community that have supported the city to better understand and value Noongar culture within the city of Wanneroo. I invite you to bow your head in prayer. Lord, we thank you for blessing our city, our community and our council. Guide us to act fairly, without fear or favour, and with compassion, integrity, wisdom and honesty. May we show true leadership, be inclusive of all, and guide all of the city's people and many families to a prosperous future that all may share. We ask this in your name. Amen. Please note that the audio-visual proceedings of tonight's meeting will be live broadcast online, with the exception of matters discussed behind closed doors. The broadcast of the proceedings of the meeting can be accessed live and on demand through the City of Wanneroo YouTube channel. Attendances are as per the record, and there are no requests for a leave of absence. Item 3, public questions and statement. The following general rules apply to public question and statement time. Public questions and statements should only relate to the business of local government and should not be a personal statement or opinion. Only questions relating to matters affecting the local government will be considered at a council meeting, and only questions that relate to the purpose of the meeting will be considered at a special council meeting. Questions may be taken on notice and responded to after the meeting. Questions may not be directed at specific council members or a city employee. Questions are not to be framed in such a way as to reflect adversely on a particular council member or a city employee. First priority will be given to persons who are asking questions relating to items on the current council meeting agenda, and second priority will be given to public statements. Only public statements regarding items on the council agenda under consideration will be heard. Each person seeking to ask questions or make a statement may address the council for a maximum of 3 minutes each. Please state your name and the suburb you live in. First of all, we have a public question from Mr. P. Firth from Wanneroo. Mr. Firth, if you're in the room, would you like to take the podium and ask your question?
I'm
Thank
getting
you.
a bit bewildered about what you can and can't say, that's all.
That's okay.
I just put in a question asking when the sports hub, which has been thought about since 2019, is there a starting date for this facility? I got a reply saying we're supposed to start in June 26, but the public consultation period is currently open and closing on the 14th September, so funny things could happen before then. Am I allowed to make any other?
You can ask a question about it and our directors will respond.
No, well, I'll leave it like that because, you know, if I went any further, I'd just make a couple of my own statements, which, as long as no one else can do that, I'm happy to.
You can make a statement if you wish to.
Well, just quick, I've lived in that area and toured away since I've only been there for 25 years, so I'm not a local yet, but I use that area a lot. And just some of the things that are being said disturb me, like with parking and traffic and that. I just can't see any problems there. Like we've got that big playground there now and we don't have any problems. There's one driveway that goes onto Scenic Drive, like Peter Johns' place. The rest of them in the service, they're in the service, you know, roads back from them. I've seen any number of turtle hatchlings ran over, picked up by birds and heaven only knows what. But this is honestly from where the playground is and the toilets and that, well, where parkrun starts. I'm a parkrun person. Always that way. And I go down there 2 or 3 times a week, and I have never seen any turtle hatchlings, any problems up in there that we're talking about. It's a nice big grassed area. It's a sporting area, the whole place is. It's great, and we've got lots more, trees and grass and whatever. We're blessed, really. And this council's been wonderful, the way they've put in sporting things for the north part of Perth. It's been great, but I really believe it's time that Wanneroo itself got something like that, not having to go to Kingsway or Warwick or Joondalup or wherever. I think it's a great idea, and I certainly would like to see it go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Firth, and thank you for your support. I've got Ben Moore here. If you could come and take the podium and just state the suburb you live in and give us your name. Thank you, Mr Moore.
G'day, I'm Ben Moore. I live in Wanneroo. I've purchased, I'm a resident down in Munberry Crescent, number 47. I'd just like to quote from some minutes back in 2026 regarding the development of the sports hub.
Excuse me, 2026 hasn't happened
sorry,
yet.
2024, sorry about that.
2024, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. So basically it's saying, Council would endeavour to minimise the impact, including retaining as much of the view to the lake as possible. And I guess this is still relevant today. You guys have been in development with different changes for the last couple of years. And as a new resident, that was one of the major factors for moving into the area. I feel the new location is going to have a negative impact, and just as a resident now, I need to feel that I need to say I'm not in support of the new location. I feel like you guys should really investigate other locations, and I'd like to see supporting documentation of previous investigations into previous locations released to the public. I feel when we first moved into the property, we thought we'd hit the jackpot. It was a beautiful area, beautiful open green space, and from the new location proposed, it's completely different. So you've increased the footprint, you've changed the location. It's going to have a direct impact on the residents in that local area. I just don't think it's very appropriate for the amount of use that's going to be, of my understanding of what this facility is going to be used for. I don't think the impact is appropriate at all. And I would like to ask every supporting document that is supporting this, both environmentally and the need of the community, to be released to the public. There are many other locations that can be considered, one being the East Wanneroo development area. From my understanding, there's 8,000 hectares being released, and I do ask that that area be considered for a sports hub that could be built. So I'm concerned with noise pollution, traffic pollution, loss of view, loss of breeze coming off the lake. I think it's going to have a negative impact on our property that we've just purchased within the last 12 months. We were concerned when we learnt about the proposal last year, but then we saw the plans and we realised it wasn't going to have a negative impact as much as what this new proposed location is going to be having. So I like...
Thank you, Mr Moore. You've had 3 minutes. I'll just give the opportunity to the Director of Community and Director of Planning to respond to your questions that you portrayed in your statement about request for advice of information. Mr Storwards?
Thank you, Mayor, through the Chair, and thank you, Mr Moore, for your passionate questions. As you're aware, the proposal is currently out for public comment, and we're strongly encouraging residents to make a submission on that proposal, and you've outlined quite a range of concerns and issues you'd like responded to, so I strongly encourage you to raise that through that process, and we can respond formally through that channel.
Thank you. Mr Moore, do you have anything else to state briefly, or if not, that's what you wanted to say?
I probably don't have enough time. I've got loads of questions, but yeah, hopefully you understand my passionate opposition to the new location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Moore. Andy Murphy is here to make a statement. Andy, would you like to come and take the podium and give us the name and your name and suburb you live in, please?
Good evening. Oops. My name is Andy Murphy from Wanneroo. Mayor and councillors, I have recently been researching the latest signage policy for the City of Wanneroo. With another election looming, I am very pleased this time to see that it appears that the policy has been updated, and after contacting Ranger Services, this has been confirmed. There should be no confusion for candidates in future elections, federal, state, nor local, sitting members, nor new candidates. Clause 16 of the Signs Local Law, as set out in Attachment A, Section 12, clearly states, a person shall not erect, maintain or display a sign or hoarding, or suffer or permit a sign or hoarding to be erected, maintained or displayed, or to remain on any land or building. Part 12. On any street, thoroughfare, or other public place, if the sign is an election sign. I commend the City and those involved in this change. Hopefully Wanneroo staff will be assisted in the policing of the policy during elections, and that sitting members up for re-election and new candidates will be clearly informed of the regulations and penalties and shall adhere to said policy, unlike in previous years. I hope this will have a positive effect on levelling the playing field in future elections on all levels, and I'd like to see other councils follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Murray. I do have a question about that, because there is advice, I understand, that election signage is to be allowed. Mr Starwitz?
Thank you, Mayor, through the chair. I might take that detailed question on notice. There was some advice obtained in the lead up to the last elections around the enforcement of election signage, but at present, as far as I'm aware, our Ranger Services enforce the local law as it's currently written. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Murphy. And Kate Cook, I understand you have a question you'd like to ask. If you'd like to come and take the podium and ask your question.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for giving us time this evening. I'm also a local resident of Wanneroo. I've been here for 15 years and I absolutely am passionate about our suburb. It's like living in a country town. It's just fabulous. We've got the most incredible community. I live very close to the soccer pitch in question for this new sports hub, and yeah, I oppose the new sports hub location and have been working very hard with this amazing group of people behind us. My question for everybody this evening is, in regards to the strategic community plan dated 2021 to 2031, it identifies the protection and enhancement of green space, wetlands and natural areas as a priority for the well-being of our community. Now, should the sports hub go there, that actually goes against everything that you have got. That's information that's taken from your website. So it's very, very confusing as myself as a resident when I'm sort of believing in my council, and then you're actually going completely against things that you have written. So how does the proposal to clear the green space, construct a large-scale sporting facility at Scenic Drive align with the city's own vision and the strategy to conserve natural areas and protect the long-term health of Lake Joondalup?
Thank you, Ms Cook. Mr Starwitz, would you like to respond to that, please?
Thank you, Mayor, through the chair, and thank you, Ms Cook, for your question. The proposal as it currently stands, as I mentioned, is out for public comment. It does seek to balance the need for facility to support community recreation and sport and healthy lifestyles with the protection of the environment. And sometimes that is a balance between competing strategic objectives. Again, I strongly encourage you to make a submission along the lines of that.
I have,
Yeah,
thank you.
please do. Yeah, thank you.
Have I still got time?
Yes.
Yeah, fabulous. Something that I'm really concerned about is living in that sort of west side of the Wanneroo Road. We are a very stable community there. There is not going to be much population growth. So we don't have much space for infill. There may be a few, 20, 30, 40, 50 new houses in the next 20 years, but we do not have available land. So we do not have a hugely growing population. So what we're doing with the new sports hub is we are encouraging people from all of these new suburbs, from Tapping, from Carramar, from Ashby, from Sanagra, from Illawarra, or if that's what it's called, from Pearsall, from Hocking. Why are we encouraging people to come across the very dangerous Wanneroo Road? It is impossible to get across walking. Cycling, I've tried myself. I've tried to cycle to work. I'm a local teacher. I cannot cross the Wanneroo Road between 3 o'clock and 5:30 by foot. Why are we encouraging unsafe practices for our community? Who would like to answer that?
Mr Stortz, you might like to respond to that, but Mr Dixon, could you respond about the densification increase that will be happening in the City of Wanneroo with the review we did as well?
But it's not the City of Wanneroo, it's the west side of the Wanneroo Road.
Yes, I understand.
It's very different from the rest of Wanneroo.
I understand that,
Thank you,
but
Mayor.
there has been some changes to the planning there done in the last few years with the increased densification west of Wanneroo Road. Mr Dixon.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So the area in and around Wanneroo Town Centre, which includes land on the eastern side of Wanneroo Road and western side of Wanneroo Road, is identified as an area for increased residential density. So currently the residential density of most of the properties around R20, it is permissible for those densities to increase in those locations that I mentioned up to R60, R40. So there is the potential for an increase in new dwellings within those areas. Often it involves demolition of an existing dwelling and replacement with potentially up to 2 or 3 dwellings in those locations. And I think, from my experience, that redevelopment is likely to occur in the future, possibly over the next few decades, as gentrification occurs.
Thank you, Mr Dixon. Mr Stortz, would you like to respond to a question?
Thank you, Mayor, and through the Chair. I understand your question to be in terms of that proposal encouraging people from outside that area to access that, creating problems for the access network, is that right?
Yeah, that's one of the many reasons, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that proposal is to upgrade facilities that already exist in that site, acknowledging that it is an expanded facility. Part of the consideration will be the impact on access network, be that roads or footpaths on cycle networks, and we'll need to consider and make sure that that access can be done in a safe and appropriate way.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Is Mr Andrews here? And Mr Nick, would you like to come and take the podium and make your statement or question and give us the suburb you live in?
Hello, my name's Nick, most of you know me. I live in Butler. I'm the current president of the Quinns Rock Sports Club. We've been in contact with several council members and administration over the last few months, seeking some funding for some expansion and redevelopment of our toilet blocks. At the moment, the club is growing quicker than we can maintain our current facilities. They've becoming unsafe with the flooring and the plumbing issues we're having. Over the last month and a half, we've had 3 insurance claims put in from people slipping on wet floors from plumbing backing up. We're probably the biggest sports club now in the northern corridor of the entire metro area, and we're growing quite quickly. We gain somewhere between 40 and 50 new members a month. We also held a very large Anzac Day service. This year we had about 5,000 people there in the morning, and probably another 4,000 to 5,000 people through during the day. We've sought assistance through the state government where we've managed to secure $114,000. We also tried to seek funding through the federal government, but didn't have any success with the current Labor Party. So we're asking the city for a bit of assistance for growth of a hub that is crucial to the Quinns Rock community and surrounding suburbs. That is all.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Mr Andrews. I now go to Jeanette Marie Payne. If you just could come and take the podium for your question and give us the suburb that you live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. I've got 7 questions that I'm going to pose to the room and then a little statement. I do have copies of the questions if anyone needs them.
Thank you. Just rest assured we have 3 minutes.
That's fine.
Question time.
I
Thank
can
you.
talk with underwater with a mouthful of marbles, but it's okay. I'm referred to the council report of the CPO 2725, the Wanneroo Recreation Centre New Sports Hub report, where council endorsed further stakeholder engagement. In that regard, in the body of the report, it states on page 74, and I quote, "Administration will provide an update to elected members on the engagement outcomes through a briefing note." Why is administration not preparing a report on engagement outcomes to present to a future public council meeting? Would you want me to go through my questions?
We'll do them one at a time, I think, because we pause the time each time. Mr Storwarts?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms Payne, for your question. At that time, when Council considered the last concept plan, the last 2 rounds of public consultation received quite a lot of positive feedback. And on that basis, we were proposing to update council members on the outcomes of consultation via briefing note. However, that's subject to the outcomes of the consultation process. At the moment, we're aware there's a lot of community interest in the proposal. We're expecting to receive a lot of submissions. On that basis, we would likely to be reporting the outcomes of those to council for consideration rather than updating via briefing note.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
I refer to the council report of the same one, CP 2725, the Wanneroo Recreation Centre's new sports hub report. The council endorses that revised schematic concept design as shown in the attachment 2 for the purposes of the stakeholder engagement and subsequent completion of the detailed design of the Wanneroo Recreation Centre new sports hub. And I ask that the questions subsequent mean how has work on the detailed design of the Wanneroo Rec Centre new sports hub been paused until stakeholders' engagement period has been completed?
Mr Storwarts?
Sorry, these are probably all at you.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the Chair. It's a good question. The way that recommendation was worded was to endorse the schematic design for public consultation and proceed through a detailed design process. The architect that's been engaged with the detailed design process has prepared that schematic design, and that's an iterative process that keeps moving forward. When and if that if the consultation process raises issues that need to be resolved, then that will be considered as part of the consultation outcome discussion and consideration by council, and that will provide further direction on how the detailed design process will proceed from there.
Thank you. Next question.
Does the resolution of the council from council report mention CP 2725, the Wanneroo Rec Centre new sports hub report, that the council endorses that advice schematic concept design as shown, mean that the administration, I think I repeated the question, sorry. Stakeholders engagement, subsequent completion of the detailed design, it is. I note that plans to develop the Wanneroo Rec Centre has been on the council's agenda since 2020 and possibly before, which I think I've heard it's before. In that regard, I refer to the Wanneroo Recreation Centre Precinct Feasibility Study and Master Plan. Dave Lenfer Consulting, City of Wanneroo, July 27 of 2020. How much money has the City of Wanneroo spent on that report? And how much money has the City of Wanneroo spent on the new sports hub, version 1, version 2, and now on to version 3?
Mr Storwarts?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll take that question on notice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I refer to the same report that, and I note the project has now blown out from 18.4 million to 21.2 million. And I ask, what state government funding has been committed, and can you outline the timeline or milestones to this funding?
Mr Storwarts?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, the only funding commitment for this project at the moment is from the state government, $5 million contribution. The conditions and the timelines associated with that grant are still to be confirmed. It would be expected that for a facility of this nature, we would also seek significant additional funding contributions from other funding bodies where possible.
Next question.
Will the City of Wanneroo proceed with this given project that there is funding shortfall of nearly 10.4 million and no confirmed further funding? Or I guess you said there's other places that might get funding?
That decision can't be made until council votes on it. So at this point in time, there's no decision on it. Is that correct, Mr Storwarts? Thank you. Next question.
Council adopted 25 budget on July 22 of 2025. What City of Wanneroo funding for this project has been adopted in this budget? How much and what for?
Mr Storwarts?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, I'll take that question on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Just one last question I have, and that's just in regards to the sustainability. We have a lot of old buildings in our community because we come from deep roots, as you know, 25 years, you're not a local resident. So we have the current building that is now on a stage 2 plan and now is to be left to become old and dilapidated and maybe get updated if we get funding. And we see a lot of these buildings going to occur if this goes ahead for a minority of people. So I would just want to ask why we're not upgrading using our sustainability policies, our plans, and just our own emotions when it comes to what we want for the future, and not have these buildings go to the wayside. I'm talking about the Scouts boxing rooms. I'm talking about looking after the Margaret Cockman, updating that if we need to do that for community groups. The Sports and Social Club got a leaking roof when I went in there the other day, and also the sporting complex we have, the rec centre, needs work. Why do we not put this money into actually updating and making our facilities we already have look amazing, and encourage the community to go to these?
Thank you. Mr Storwarts, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair. The City manages a range of facilities and assets that we look after and have care and control of, and we seek to manage those facilities over the lifespan of the buildings, assets. And we continue to do upgrades where required, and if at end of life we seek to either replace or upgrade that facility, considered as part of that process.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chairman.
Thoughts. I have Alison Van Beek here. Would you like to come and take this podium and make a statement? Thank you. Or ask a question.
Thank you everyone for your time this evening. My question is related to community consultation, and the reason I'm asking is because of some of the work that we've been doing to get community voice around the local sports hub. It's been very evident in the conversations that we've had with many residents that people that are only even one house back from, say, Mullumbari Crescent weren't actually aware of what was going on until the weekend. As well as being a resident, I live in the Wanneroo area. My name's Alison Van Beek. In light of the requirements under the Local Government Amendment Act 2023 and the City of Wanneroo's own community engagement policy, can Council please outline its current strategy for engaging the community in infrastructure and redevelopment projects, including the communications methods used to reach all demographics? Further to this, how does Council measure the effectiveness of the engagement, such as data showing participation across age groups, cultural communities and vulnerable populations, and what mechanisms are in place to address any identified gaps so that planning is genuinely inclusive? Finally, can Council advise when the community engagement framework will actually be available to the public?
Mr Storwitz.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Sorry, I just had to write all of those
That's
down.
okay.
The first one, in terms of how do we reach all affected stakeholders, the city has a community engagement policy which is supported by a range of community engagement toolkits that we use internally at administration to try and engage with our community in a range of ways, and that may involve writing directly to affected residents, posting on social media, using our community engagement network and the city's online Your Say community engagement page, and on-site signage where appropriate as well. I appreciate that sometimes that doesn't capture everyone, but we attempt to do that as best as possible, and we feel like that is generally well effective at getting the message out and encouraging submissions. In terms of part two of your question, how do we identify gaps in that process? We have a scheduled review of our community engagement policy, which we undertake generally every 2 to 3 years, and we seek feedback on that process. And we also encourage feedback at any time from residents on what they consider to be working well or not working well, and that helps us to streamline and update how we go about our engagement processes. In terms of part three, when will the city be adopting a public community engagement framework? That's something that we're working on at the moment. We do have a draft document, and we need to work that further with our council before we advertise that for public comment also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, so I would like to just, while talking on that topic, as I said, I've lived in Wanneroo for 15 years. I live on the west side, just between San Rosa Road and Arete Avenue, and I had no idea about any of this development until late last year with that first design, which actually I thought, was suitable for the complex. And then my concern is around, even though I don't live directly opposite or within close proximity to the sporting area and Scenic Park Drive, I am concerned around the traffic impacts, having only 4 minor access routes to Scenic Drive, or 4 or 5. So San Rosa Road is incredibly busy at the intersection, as well as the Arete Avenue, and with the increased flow coming into the area with the proposed new structures, like including basketball, all that sort of thing. My concern is around the impact of that local traffic, or the increase in traffic to us. So I just needed to have that on record. I'm not opposed to development. I'm come from a very sporting background. I'm all for development and hubs. I just think the location is not the right place. I have children that they play basketball, swimming, all those sorts of things within the Joondalup area. And I know that there's a sort of a need, but I just wanted to state that I'm opposed to the location of where it is, not opposed to development and continuing access for people.
Thank you. Craig Stace, would you like to come and make your statement and tell us which suburb you live in?
Hi, I'm Craig. I live in Wanneroo. I've just got a couple of questions. I would like to state that I oppose to the new location of the updated Wanneroo Recreation Sports Centre Hub and removing the current green space where the soccer field is. My question is, my property is going to be directly impacted with a loss of view of the lake and also to the light pollution from the new complex, from the sports hub. Will there be any compensation for a property that we just purchased last year in 2024 with the pre-existing 2024 plan compared to the new plan of 2025, because the footprint is going to be is not what we were intending for. So the first one clearly was 2024 was the one we said yes. 2025 is space is completely different. And
I'll
also,
just get Mr Storwitz to answer your first question.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, the city doesn't generally compensate residents for loss of views as part of any development proposal.
Okay.
Thank you. And your next question?
Also too is just, if I can have someone please define to me what the word minor means, as because in your new submissions, you said as clearly significant changes from the pre-2024 to the new 2025. There are significant changes to the plan and its location, but all I see in your reports where it says these are minor changes. So what is minor and what is significant in your words?
Mr Storwarts.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the Chair. I'd have to check the exact wording, but anything that significantly alters the intent or purpose of the proposal would be considered significant. Anything that would be consistent with the original intent but made subtle or minor design changes would be considered minor as high-level feedback.
Thank you. Do you have another question?
I do, and it says here that the original footprint was approximately 3,570 square metres, and the new updated one will be 3,709 square metres. Does that include the car park as well, or is that just the physical building?
Mr Storwarts.
Through the Chair, that's just the physical building.
Thank
So that's
you.
just a physical building?
Yes.
Okay, not the car park?
Thank
Okay.
you.
So that information should, I think, be updated, and it should correlate to what we're actually are. So we all know what the footprint change is going to be, because it's only less than 200 square metres, but now we know with the car park going on there, it's going to be a significant change, which is why I asked what the word minor means.
Thank you.
And
Do you have another question?
I do, sorry. And if the construction does go ahead and being so close, what will be the side effects to the people within proximity of the dust and digging up the grounds and all of that time? How will that be managed and controlled to ensure that we are not affected in our health by lungs or any other conditions?
Mr Dixon, would you like to talk about our dust management policy that we have?
Yes, through you, Mayor. So in any development proposal, there's typically a condition associated with an approval that manages the impacts of that development on the surrounding community. Dust management is something we monitor very closely in terms of when earth is impacted, and the sand drift is often an issue associated with development. So there are conditions imposed as part of the approval that manage the impact of the development during construction.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I've also worked just in the dust suppression thing. I've worked up in the mining industry for many years, and they normally have people wear devices. Will there be devices installed if this does go ahead to have controls so we are aware where these conditions could be possibly of a health risk to the people in the community? Because this is a standard thing they do in mining. Would this be something that will be going down that direction if that happens?
Mr Dixon?
I will take that question on notice. It's quite a detailed question and provide a full response to you.
Okay. Thanks very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Stace. Jeanette Snape, would you like to come and take the podium and give us the suburb you live in? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My question relates to the environmental policy and assessment of the new location on the current football pitch. The City of Wanneroo's environmental policy and biodiversity strategy commit to protecting bushland, wetlands and biodiversity through evidence-based management. So in relation to the proposed sporting complex at Scenic Park Drive, can Council advise exactly which government departments, community groups, Aboriginal representatives and environmental experts or committees are being consulted to undertake environmental assessments, and how these assessments will be made publicly available before the community consultation period has ended, with time for community to read and respond? At this stage is September 14 to 2025.
Mr Storwarts.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the Chair. That's quite a detailed question. I'll take that one on notice and respond offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Do we have any further public questions from the attendees this evening? Yes, if you'd like to take the podium and state your name and the suburb you live in.
Good evening. My name's Michael Wilden. I live in Lansdale. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but given the circumstances and hearing so many people voice their concerns to the council, I thought I'd actually give a little bit of kudos. I'm heavily involved with the Kingsway Football Club. Many of you will know me from my emails, Grant. I can be fairly brutal and I'm fairly passionate, but I want to give a huge kudos to the entire council. Just with the recent weather, the ovals have copped an absolute pounding. Our club has been very successful. We finished on top of the A grade. It probably wouldn't be possible without the grounds being in the condition they are. The support that we get from everyone has been huge, to the point where even in the off-season, covering the cricket pitch and everything else, it just goes a long way. And we've had many clubs visit our facility in the last 3 weeks and have mentioned how lucky we are as a community football club to have such a supportive council. So I just wanted to give kudos on that. And with the proposed upgrades for our facility, our first ever women's team is competing in the finals this weekend. They've got 48 members for one team in their very first year. They've already recruited nearly 30 for next season, so the facilities can't come soon enough. Our junior girls are growing through the roof. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that's put forward submissions and everything, and I just want to say thank you.
It is our absolute pleasure, Mr Wilden, and we love working with your footy club as well. Thank you very much. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, I now go to item 4 on the agenda, the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 22nd of July, OC 010825. Do I have a mover and seconder for the confirmation of minutes? Mover, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wright. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to these?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to these minutes? Are there any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, could you please cast your vote for the ordinary council meeting minutes? Thank you. And that is passed unanimously. And I now go to item 5, announcements by the Mayor without discussion. I am pleased to announce the City has recently received notification from Lottery West of being successful in securing a grant of $380,000 towards the fit-out of the Dordak Keep Up Library and Youth Innovation Hub. Dordak Keep Up will be a technologically advanced and an innovative community hub facility where culture, creativity and connection flow together, providing diverse programs to nurture lifelong learning, supporting youth development and celebrating community spirit. Congratulations to everyone involved in the construction of Dordak Keep Up, and I look forward to its opening later this year. And I'm going to give this to someone. Which director's going to come and collect this for us? And have we got a photo op somewhere?
Kirsty's going to take a photo.
And yes, we have more to celebrate this evening. I am delighted to share some fantastic news about Wanneroo Aquamotion, which has once again shone on the state stage at the annual Leisure Institute of WA Awards held on the 7th of August. For those who may not know, LIWA is the peak body for leisure and aquatics in Western Australia. Its annual awards are a prestigious event, bringing together more than 400 leaders, specialists and supervisors from across the industry to celebrate excellence. This year, Wanneroo Aquamotion was an absolute standout, taking home multiple awards, the strongest representation of any centre on the night. Our achievements included Swim School of the Year, recognising innovation and excellence in swim school operations. Aquamotion Swim School has built a reputation as one of the very best, not just in WA, but across Australia. The Aquatic Facility Safety Award, highlighting our commitment to health and safety and our culture of continuous improvement in aquatic safety practices. In addition, we were thrilled to see one of our own recognised individually, Pool Lifeguard of the Year, highly commended. Congratulations to Andre Desvaux. Andre's dedication to safety, his outstanding customer service and his ever-present smile make him a true role model for the entire team. We are so proud of you, Andre. And to cap it all off, Aquamotion also received a high commendation for WA Facility of the Year, the biggest award of the night. This recognition reflects innovation, design and impact Aquamotion delivers to our community, from drowning prevention technology to the Dolphins program, 24/7 gym access, virtual group fitness and our platinum water efficiency rating. Aquamotion is leading the way in the leisure industry. And by the way, the swimming pool facility that pipped us for the best facility of the year was Terry Tyzack, which has a 50-metre swimming pool and has just had a full renovation done. And they only just pipped us, so we did really, really well at Aquamotion. These awards are a credit to the hard work, passion and dedication of the entire Aquamotion team. Congratulations to every one of you. You've done us proud. And I've got these awards which you'll have a photo of, but just quickly I'll just add in. Finally, I'd also like to take a moment to welcome Nick DeVekis, who has joined the city as our new Manager of Approval Services, and we look forward to the fresh ideas and leadership Nick will bring to the role. Now, right now, I've got a swag of awards that if the Aquamotion team can come down and help me carry them, we'll have a photo op. Love celebrating success and fantastic. We're succeeding in a lot of areas in the city. Item 7, petition. Oh, item 6, do we have any questions from council members? Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor, and a leading question also in the spirit of celebration. Is it true that in the last month, 2 Australia Cup matches were played at Olympic Kingsway Sporting Ground, and that the great work of the Parks and Conservation team and the Facilities Management team meant that the city was able to host 3 national clubs in the space of 5 days? Is that correct, Mayor? I thought I saw it somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure we saw it somewhere. Mr Chettleberg, would you like to respond to that question?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Yes, it's awesome what our sporting groups are doing around the city. Okay, any more questions, councillors? If there are no more questions, I go to item 7, petitions. There are none at the moment. Updates on petitions are in the agenda, and an update to a petition requesting the closure of public access way in Rupara Circle, Quinns Rocks, recorded in the July 22nd Ordinary Council minutes, stated a report would come to this meeting, but that report will now go to the September meeting. Item 8, we go to item 8 on the agenda, declarations of interest by council members, including the nature and extent of which the interests are to be made at the commencement of the item to which the interest relates. Declarations of interest forms are to be completed and handed to the Chief Executive Officer. Council members, as outlined under clause 5.2 of the City's Standing Orders Local Law 2021, we have the option to adopt certain agenda items through an exception resolution. This process allows us to pass a group of reports with a single motion, saving time and streamlining our meeting. Before we proceed, I'd like to remind everyone of clause 5.23 of the Standing Orders, which specifies when an adoption by exception en bloc may not be used for a matter. That's if it requires an absolute majority, in which an interest has been disclosed, that is a matter on which a member wishes to make a statement, or that is a matter on which a member wishes to move a motion that is different to the recommendation. Any items that meet these conditions will not be included in an exception for en bloc and considered individually. So I'm asking you now, council members, please indicate if you have any objections to moving the following reports by exception, resolution or en bloc. And I look at PSO 1-825, proposed scheme amendment to 226 to District Planning Scheme number 2, DPS 2, Lot 17, 41 Knight Road, Nangara. Do we have an exception for that? Are you happy to include that in en bloc? Okay. We now go to PSO 2-825, consideration of amendment number 222, following advertising normalisation of land in the Jindalee North Agreed Local Structure Plan number 88 area. Are there any exceptions to this, or are you happy for it to go en bloc? So that will go en bloc as well. ASO 1-825, tender the design and construction of modular change room at Kingsway Football Club. Are you happy for that to go en bloc, or are there any exceptions? I include that. ASO 20825, tender 25132, road and drainage upgrade works at Mirrabooka Avenue and Kingsway. Any exceptions? You would like to speak to that one? Okay, we now go to AS 04-825, tender number 25033, provision of mobile garbage bins, parts caddies and compostable caddy liners. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Thank you, that will go en bloc. CPO 1-825, Kingsway Football and Sporting Club Facility Change Room. Would anyone like to speak to that? Ask questions? Councillor Smith would, so that comes off. We now go to CS 03-825. The warrant of payments for the period to the 30th of June 2025. Are there any exceptions or questions to this item? Okay, that will go en bloc. And CS 04-0825, proposed agreement for lease and ground lease to the Wanneroo Districts Cricket Club over a portion of Reserve 2805 Kingsway Regional Sporting Complex. Any exceptions to that one? There are no exceptions to that one. So I need a mover and seconder for the items en bloc, and I'll repeat the items en bloc to make it clear. PSO 10825, proposed amendment to 226 District Planning Scheme number 2, DPS 2, Lot 17, 41 Knight Road, Nangara. PSO 20825, consideration of amendment number 222, following advertising, normalisation of land in the Jindalee North Area Agreed Local Structure Plan. ASO 1-825, tender 25027, design and construction of modular change room at Kingsway Football Club. ASO 40825, tender number 25033, provision of mobile garbage bins, parts, caddies and combustible caddy liners. CSO 30825, warrant of payments for the period to the 30th of June 25. And CSO 40825, proposed agreement for lease and ground lease to the Wanneroo Districts Cricket Club over a portion of Reserve 28058. Kingsway Regional Sporting Complex. Do I have a mover and seconder for the en bloc? Moved, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Seconder, Councillor Herridge. Deputy Mayor, and we will go straight to vote on that. And that is carried unanimously. We'll now proceed to the next item. I've got to remember which ones are the en bloc ones. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I move a procedural motion, please, to bring MN05/0825 Quinns Rock Sports Club accessibility forward, please?
Do we have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Seif. Councillors, please cast your vote on the procedural motion to bring the motion on notice forward. Thank you. And that is passed unanimously. Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to your motion on notice?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, though, with regard to item NN05/0825.
Just a minute, Councillor. Yes, she did. It was Councillor Seif. Oh, do you have a seconder for your motion on notice?
Councillor Miles.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. With regard to item NN05/0825, I disclose that I am a member of the Quinns Rock Sports and Social Club. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Councillor Miles wants to do his as well.
Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do have a declaration with regard to item MN05/0825. I disclose that I am a member of the Quinns Rock Sports and Social Club, and as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected, and I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you. Equally, with regards to item, what is it? Sorry. MN05-08/25. I disclose that I also am a member of the Quinns Rock Sports Club, and as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Berry.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the two members of the club that have stayed for the last hour to hear this. The Quinns Rock Sports and Social Club, as you would have seen, has a very large member base and several affiliate clubs attached to it that all use the facilities. You've heard that the club hosts Anzac Day. They also host Vietnam Veterans Day and Remembrance Day for the whole community to attend, Anzac Day being the most popular and a few thousand attend. This club has tried everything to raise the funds required to upgrade the unsafe toilet block that does not meet the demand at busy periods. The toilets overflow and cause a danger to those using them as the floor becomes unsafe. Given the city hosts city-sponsored events, this is an asset of the city and it has not had upgrades to basic requirements in many years. I believe we have a social responsibility to ensure our assets are all fit for purpose. Using these toilets compromise safety and everyone should be able to use them without fear of slipping. Currently, they are certainly not accessible to everyone either. And again, the city has a social responsibility to fit in with our strategic community plan to ensure city assets are inclusive and accessible to all our residents. I do not propose to say much more as everything's in the report, but believe we should be upgrading and investing in all our older infrastructure where safety is compromised and there is an unmet need to accommodate all residents. The club has given an undertaking it will continue to access funding where it can, but at the moment the Community Sporting and Recreation Facilities Fund is not open for the club to apply, and there is no grant funding that they are able to go and get awarded. If the club do access additional funds, the assistance from the city would be reduced, and every effort will be made to ensure costs are reasonable and within the scope of the report presented tonight. I would very much appreciate everyone's support to approve the funding to be allocated in the mid-year budget review, which will keep the city's assets safe and accessible for all and enable the club to progress the project with the city's support. In addition, the other recommendation in the report, as per the report, the club is growing at a rapid rate, and I believe the city only has 3 clubs across the district, being Wanneroo, Quins and Yanchep Sports and Social Clubs. As we grow, demand for such facilities is increasing, as demonstrated by the membership growth at Quins. For this reason, I would appreciate you all supporting that the club and administration works together to inform future planning, so we as a council can be proactive and not reactive to the growing needs of our fast-growing Northern Corridor. I'd like to thank administration for their help in this matter and thank everyone tonight for their consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Berry. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this motion on notice?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do want to support and back everything that Councillor Berry has spoken about, and the report is very, very articulate, and we want to thank administration and also Mr Greer's team for also being part of that. Councillors, just a bit of background. This came firstly to my attention earlier this year. The club have been obviously lobbying, as they should, to both the federal and state campaigns to get some commitments. However, they were unsuccessful in getting those commitments after the election, just like the City of Wanneroo has attempted to do through the Connect program that we did as a council, and we were unsuccessful on a lot of the wants that we wish to have as well. Bearing in mind, the Quins Rock Sports Club still pursued, still did the planning, still got our planning department to obviously get some approvals in place. Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Berry and also you, Mayor, had meetings with the Quins President, Nick Andrews, and the Secretary, Tara, and obviously looked to find ways of getting some funding put onto our budget as soon as possible. It has come to the light that these toilets have now become a little bit unsafe. They are clearly not disability access. You cannot get a wheelchair down the hallway to go into the toilets, let alone into the door of any of the cubicles. So it is an important issue. The local member, Mark Folkard, MLA, has come forth with some funding after, as indicated in the report, and that will obviously go towards this funding to get these toilets done as soon as possible. Administration has helped with the recommendation to obviously list funding for this in the 25-26 mid-year budget review process, and then obviously administration will work with the club to eventuate the, if council approves tonight, the club can obviously then move on and get these toilets upgraded in a very timely manner that will allow them to be operational as soon as possible, and hopefully before the next Anzac Day service. It is a large organisation, and going forward, I think that this particular sports club is going to have some other studies done, and I think the two councillors are speaking with administration on that, because this facility, it is aged. It has been one of those facilities, as we have found out with others in and around the city, has just fell through some of the gaps. And I think this will go a little way to help alleviate some of that stress and pressure. And then we can obviously move on and having a proper review, as indicated by the report by administration, to see what else needs to be done going forward. And I ask council to support the recommendations of the motion tonight by Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Do I have any speakers against this motion on notice? We have questions. Okay, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one particular question on this item, noting that we've got, as mentioned before by our fellow councillors, that there's a Yanchep and Wanneroo Sports and Social Club as well. I'm just wondering about the equal contribution to social clubs and works for upgrades, because I know Wanneroo's having the same problems, asbestos building built in the 70s, dilapidated roofs, as we heard from one of the deputations tonight. And I know Yanchep also has its fair share of issues as well. And we've also had the same issues with men's sheds clubs and contributions to men's shed clubs. So I'm just wanting to understand a bit more, now that we're moving to a new leasing policy, how these are being factored into that and how we are budgeting across all the social clubs, that all of them are being brought up to a modern standard and actually address all the accessibility requirements.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. I guess the starting point is each of these clubs has moved to longer-term leases in the last sort of 3 or 4 years. It's not a particularly new position across all of them. The most recent one was Wanneroo towards the end of last year, Quins obviously mid last year, and the Yanchep Club was about 4 years ago, so it was a bit longer ago. Historically, the clubs have tended to operate on a peppercorn lease where they were responsible for all the maintenance and all the sort of running of the clubs. I guess what time has probably shown is that whilst the clubs would use their best efforts to do that, at times the scale of the facilities and the capacity of them has been challenging probably in some places. But with the new releases, what the city is now doing is, I guess, having a closer look at the condition of each of the facilities and starting through our, I guess, our long-term financial plan and some of our facility renewal and upgrade budgets with council approval, looking at some of those fundings. It's not always an immediate thing where you can go in on day one and fix everything. That would be potentially in some sites quite expensive to do so. But it's more a case of, in a few steps, firstly understanding the current site, what's needed and how suitable that is for the club, and then understanding, along with all the other clubs and demands that the city's budgeting would have to deal with, finding a way to support those groups. So yes, it's, I suppose in short, it's something administration's aware of, but it isn't an immediate answer to all of them on day one.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, just a supplementary to that. So I guess from the city's perspective, is there being, or a policy or a principle that's being applied for equal contribution financially? Because the Wanneroo one, we made them jump through hoops in business cases presenting this, and they're still yet to actually spend money on fixing the building. So I'm just wanting to know, is there being processes that are being skipped to upgrade some of these things, or is there a standard principle we're applying across all the sports and social clubs, or are we requiring the same process that's been followed to get Yanchep and Wanneroo also to be up there with that? Because I don't disagree with any of the facts that have been stated. These facilities are old, they do need to be brought up to a standard, but how can we do it across the city so nobody's disadvantaging?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I suppose the principle that is probably sitting with them is that for each of the sites, administration recognises that they are still a community facility, albeit a community facility on a lease. So we are taking, I suppose, that broader view of what the function is for the site. In terms of a standard amount of contribution, look, that would be something council ultimately has a process that it works through in terms of its budget from year to year, and would have through that process an opportunity to consider how it approaches it. But I suppose my observation at this early stage on it would be not all of those sites are identical. So having a fixed contribution or something of that sort probably wouldn't work. The sites are of different ages. The level of member contribution and how they developed would probably differ a little bit from site to site. The life cycle of their buildings and the suitability of their buildings would differ from site to site. And even in some respects, I suppose the building compliance might vary from site to site. As council members would be familiar, there are often older facilities that are suitable for the time in which they're constructed, but if you start making piecemeal changes to them, you sometimes can end up with quite complex refurbishment processes. So again, it's not a quick solution. It's more a case of being quite careful, sensible and considered in how we approach it and how we budget for it.
Thank you. Councillor Herridge, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just two. Requesting money just after we've done budget actually surprised me. I thought this could have actually gone through the budget process and actually be included. So first question was, why wasn't it actually in the budget that we've just adopted?
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I can comment in as far as the lease that was presented to Council for the Quins Club mid last year. At that stage, the club had some confidence that they would secure sufficient funding. The discussions with the club in the early part of this year, or through to quite recently, was they were still endeavouring to secure that funding, and obviously it's not been successful thus far. But I understand the way the recommendation in the motion on notice is framed is not to immediately provide funding, but to consider it through the mid-year review process, and also have the ability for the club to continue to endeavour to find funding in parallel with that.
And your second question?
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking at the second request where we're talking about the needs analysis exercise, where does a business case fall into the question for a club to actually need to provide? And what's the difference between the needs analysis and a business case? And should we be doing that, or should they be doing that? Just to understand the two different parts and what we actually need in this case.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll answer as best I can from my property and leasing perspective. I certainly welcome any additional feedback from more of a community and place or facilities point of view as well. I think the club has already outlined in some of the information that the mover of this item has put forward to indicate what its needs are, and the pardon me, the further stage around looking at the club and the needs, it wouldn't be something that would be done by administration, you know, in a bubble. It would be a case of collaboration with the club. So it'd be elements of the sort of information that would go in a business case that would come from this work. It would, I think, comprise most likely three key parts. It's the current status of club and facilities, the future growth, and then what the club is capable of doing themselves. So it's not I guess a kind of cookie cutter of what you would do. It would be a matter of working with the club to understand the site and their needs, and then understanding how that could be managed.
Thank you, Mr Greer. Deputy Mayor Rowe had a question as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions, if that's okay. The first is pushing back on Councillor Herridge's earlier question. My understanding was the federal election was on the 3rd of May and Council didn't adopt its budget until late July. So there was a decent amount of time, and 2 workshops of Council were held, and we're not allowed to discuss what happened at workshop, but it's common knowledge that we deal with capital works items consistently throughout the budget process. So, Mayor, if I can push back to try and get a more detailed response as to why we didn't have the opportunity between the 3rd of May and late July to be made aware of the capital works needs.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I can only answer that insofar as the club's identified need has only been articulated to administration quite recently. I'm not sure beyond that point.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
And the second question, Mayor, it's just worth reflecting on the fact that the city's adopted capital works budget is for $137 million, the highest in history. Given that we are approaching mid-year review and there'll be a lot of considerations for this council, mid-year review often is brought before us as a late item that doesn't be brought to briefing because it is trying to get within a tight time frame. So there's no opportunity for questioning, workshopping, discussion on what we're capable of delivering. Can I get some feedback from the CEO if mid-year review can be brought to us at concept forum first before it comes in an open public session, because otherwise we are somewhat backed into a corner.
Mr Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. And I do know that we have our CFO over there as well, so I might call upon some input from that particular officer. Ideally, it would be wonderful to get the mid-year budget review in front of council earlier than maybe what's happened in the past. I think the opportunity to reflect on that first half of the year to see how we're going from a capital perspective, how we're going from an operating perspective, but also to have a bit of a deep dive in terms of our opening balance and whether we're in a better position or not as good a position as what we were when we adopted the budget. So we can certainly go away as an administration. We can look at the timeframes. We can look at the statutory timeframes that we're required to bring the mid-year budget review to council by, and we can work backwards from that date to see whether we can get you something quite comprehensive, so there is an opportunity for engagement prior to it just appearing on the OCM agenda. Is that all right?
Would the CFO like to respond as well? Bimsara, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Rowe. Statutorily, we have to do the mid-year review by March. So that's the statutory requirement. And given the council is on recess until end of January, and also the mid-year numbers would be readily available by mid-January after the close of December half-year closure. The time frame can be quite challenging and tricky, but we are happy to have a look at it and then see how we can accommodate your request.
Any other questions? Councillor Neal.
Just in relation to recommendation 1 regarding funding support, is that confirming that we will support the funding for the toilets, or is that still subject to analysis at paragraph 2?
Mr CEO.
Thanks, Councillor Nguyen, for the question, and I'll provide my interpretation as ultimately the person who's going to have to apply the resolution of council. My view is this is quite clear in that the amount of money will be considered as part of the mid-year budget review. So council is indicating a level of support, but there is a statutory process that you would need to go through to get that money in the budget, and that can only occur at mid-year, as opposed to a decision that you would make tonight that would require a budget amendment and an absolute majority decision of council. That's not what we're asking, or that's not what the intent of the mover is. It's for consideration mid-year. So although you're suggesting that there's a level of support amongst the elected group, the way that it will be implemented administratively is that we will work to include that in the mid-year budget review for council to make a final decision on funding.
Thank you. Have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
I do. I certainly support this recommendation. My concern relates to the risk of cost escalation. Right now, the cost estimate is $580 to build the toilets. Now, if the cost does increase over time, the current estimate of $466K may not be sufficient to cover potential cost escalation. So I was wondering whether we should include the estimate, at this stage without any, consideration by administration of the actual cost. So thereby, limiting the support that the club may get from the funding.
Mr Parker.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr Greer, sorry.
Somebody else to answer
Mr.
that one.
Greer.
Happy to answer it if you'd like me to.
Mr Greer's looking excited about it, so I'll let him answer it.
Thank you, Mayor. Referring to the recommendation that's being put forward, it doesn't request a fixed contribution amount. It refers to an estimated amount subject to further updated information and quotes from the club. I would read that as envisaging some further information being needed as part of that mid-year review process. And I guess also it would I imagine be on the basis the club is going to be working really hard to try and find other funding sources in the interim period. It's not a fixed case of a fixed amount and a fixed outcome. In parallel with it being pushed forward to mid-year review, the club would be doing its own work. I would expect and hope as part of that.
Thank you. Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, if you will, my question is to Mr. Greer. I'm all for the motion. I'm in support of the club getting its upgrades. I'm definitely in support on delivering on election commitments. One way to encourage the funding is to deliver on the commitments. So definitely in support of that. My concern is that administration have indicated that they only just recently learned of this, and that's why it wasn't put in the budget. So my question is, when this election commitment was made, is administration implying that the member that made this commitment didn't bring it to the attention of administration at all?
Mr. Parker.
Sorry, Councillor Seif, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to answer that question tonight. And I'm glancing over there at Mr. Marmion as part of our advocacy. I know that he's not in that seat tonight, but he certainly knows we did have a long list of commitments. I can't recall whether, I know this was in a long list of commitments, but I can't recall whether there was an expectation that the city would be making a contribution as part of this process as well.
Councillor Seif.
Sure, no problem. The reason for my question is because and I will turn it into a question somehow, Madam Mayor. In my view, if an election commitment is made and there is zero consultation or awareness at all by the local government, then Councillor Nguyen's concerns of costs escalations are fair and reasonable. It would then be fair and reasonable to expect any burden of cost escalations to be shared with the person who made the commitment, with the organisation that made the election commitment as well. It can't just come down to the city. So my question is, if there was no consultation for any kind of election commitment that's made to a local government, does the city then contact said member to request funding for any additional cost escalations for that commitment?
Mr. Parker has won the lotto.
I'm certainly not feeling left out tonight, Mayor, so I thank you for the questions. I know that you wanted to turn that into a question, so I appreciate that it is now a question. A lot of these funding commitments go directly to clubs, and we don't know what they're for or what's involved. So an announcement's made, sometimes we know, and I'm not talking about the Queen's Rocks example here, I'm just talking more generally across the city. Often, if a request is required of the city and costs do escalate, it's not unusual for the city to go back to all funding providers, whether that be Blottery West, whether it be CSRFF through the Department of Sport and Rec, whether it be through a local member, and talk to the fact that costs have gone up to see if we can get a contribution. And I think there was some examples, maybe even, and I'm glancing over at the Deputy Mayor, referring to Dordak Kepup and some escalations there where we went back to local members. So it certainly wouldn't be unusual for the city to do that on its own projects and other projects that it's advocating on behalf of.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Moore because she hasn't asked a question yet, then Councillor Parker, then Councillor Wright. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Seif's question, with the cost escalations in question, this, I'm trying to word this in the right way. With previous commitments that have been given to the city as an election commitment, and there were cost escalations and the city did go to that member, did they then provide extra funding to complete the project? Do I need to say which project?
You can if you want to.
Riverlinks Park.
Mr Chettleburg, do you have any information on the infrastructure for Riverlinks Park?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have that information at hand, but we can certainly provide it at a later date.
Yes, Councillor Moore.
If we could also have how much the project, what was the commitment and how much it actually escalated to and how much our ratepayers had to put into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a couple of things. Certainly the problem with the ablutions as raised is a concern for me. So a question to that, was this raised as an issue when the lease was signed, is the first question.
Mr Greer, I will do them one at a time. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. Not in the form that it is here. It certainly was identified as being part of the tenant's works scope in the lease report. I'm just trying to recover that report at the moment, so I have it in front of me, but I recall that being a condition that ultimately got added to the lease, that there's some works that the club was intending to undertake and the toilets were one of them. If I can just add, and sorry, Councillor Parker, but just on the earlier question of around tenants approaching the city if they're seeking funding, it is actually something that was specified in the city's leasing policy when it was updated several months ago. And I quote, "A tenant is expected to advise the city and seek preliminary support before applying for funding linked to structural alterations, capital improvements or infrastructure modifications to the facility." So I think going forward, the city will be in a better place through that policy position. The expectation is clear to tenants that should be brought to us as part of them also going out and seeking funding.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, you have another question?
Yes, please. Is there something that could be done to address this, if it is as big a problem? I'm sure it is as big a problem, but is there something that could be done to address this in the meantime? Because obviously this is something that would need to be addressed.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. The day-to-day operation and maintenance of that facility under the lease is still the club's responsibility. I understand from the comments from Mr Andrews this evening that the club is doing what it can. Potentially we could investigate with our maintenance team whether anything additional could be done. That may be a cost that would have to be passed on to the club as part of the current lease arrangement.
Councillor Parker, you have another question?
No, I would like to make but that would be, I think, speaking against it, but there's just something else that I'd like to say. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I have another question as well on the particular topic we're talking about. And from my recollection, when we discussed the advocacy plan, and it was the CEO and Mr Marmion at the time that spoke to that report, we were told, or we were alluded to the fact that after the election we would receive a report in a, using loose terms, traffic light system around what council will and won't accept for state and federal funding based on risks, capital works, does it fit in within our city's program. We still haven't received that report, but yet we're now starting to get reports come to us which mention, and not just this item, but other ones related to Kingsway or other particular sites that relate to state and federal funding that's given. Not everyone is in the same boat, or nor did it occur in an election cycle, but we still haven't received any reports around that from the city's perspective. At the moment, council doesn't have a position whether it's going to accept that state or federal government funding for this particular project, yet we're endorsing a city contribution to a project that, again, we didn't know about, but now we're also alluding to the fact that we are accepting, again, state and federal funding, which we weren't aware of anyway through the administration. So I'm just wanting to know now, are we going against what we were told during that advocacy plan process on that traffic light report around all the funding commitments, how that currently fits and what risks are borne on this council for cost escalations and everything else?
Mr Parker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wright, for the question. Very, very good question. You are getting a report that will come to council, As you can imagine, the wash-up from any election process is quite long-winded. It has taken us a significant amount of time to gather all of the information and all of the contributions that were made to the city. There's also a lot of contact that goes with each department that we need to get in contact with to understand what the commitment's for, the details, so on and so forth. Some are straightforward, some are more complex. I'm looking over at Mr Marmion now. We do have a date that will be coming to council. It's actually coming to a concept forum first. There will be a traffic light system as to whether council wants to support the project or not. So we haven't forgotten about it. It is coming. It's more just a timing issue of how quickly we can get the information to the elected group. But Mr Marmion will provide the timeframe.
Mr Marmion.
Thank you, Mr CEO, through you, Mayor. Council members were provided in a Wanneroo wrap on the 25th of July, I believe, a list of state and federal commitments in terms of direct project investment into the city. So that was, I guess, a bit of a taster of what you can expect in that report. What we have to do is work through the applications for those grants, and we'll have to come to council when we need a decision whether we accept that grant or whether we can submit that grant or not. So unfortunately, we're not ready for that. That does take a bit more paperwork. I'm not sure when we'll take it to the consent forum, but I think it was November, from my recollection.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just in supplementary to that, and it might be something the administration needs to take on notice, because as Mr Marmion said, that work hasn't been done yet. Does that particular state commitment have timeframes bound by that commitment of when the project needs to be completed?
Mr Parker.
This is for the Quinn Social Club.
Yes, I don't have that information in front of me. Councillor Berry's nodding ahead, but I don't have anything formally in writing from the department or the club. So I'm not sure, I'm sorry, but Councillor Berry might have some more information.
Councillor Berry.
The works have got to be delivered during the term of the member that's given the funds, as I understand it. Yeah, thank you.
I've got a question. Have these funds been given directly to the club and not come through, been attributed to council? Councillor Berry.
The funds will be given directly to the club and not council, as it was the club that applied for their funding, as the lease is currently written for the club to maintain the premises itself. But as we've just heard from Mr Greer, because these leases are not, the clubs aren't able to maintain all the premises from the limited funds they get from membership, these types of leases are now under review. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Okay, do I have a speaker against? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. That's why I said I'm kind of against and for. I would first like the information as requested in item 2 and 3 before committing unbudgeted funds to the sports club. So if it was item 2 and 3, and I was just looking at item 1 where it says request administration to list funding, I would have gone with request administration for further updated information and quotes for the Quinns Rock Sports Club. So I would be prepared to support that side of it, just not put the funds in at this point, not knowing exactly what we would be spending and that it is unbudgeted. I don't want to make a promise to the community, which I don't know that council would be able to do at mid-year or going forward. So in that way, I'm speaking against it. So I'm not speaking against it. I would just like to have seen it put forward in a different manner, and I don't know who else thinks the same way.
Thank you. Are the mover and seconder of the motion on notice happy to change that to look at it at the mid-year review rather than nominating an estimated fund until we get the needs analysis exercise, and that other than that we would separate item 1 and item 2 and 3? Councillor Miles?
Yeah, look, thank you, Mayor. I understand what's being asked of the mover and the seconder. I guess my question would have to be first, to administration, because I don't see how administration is going to be able to get the analysis exercise done in an appropriate timeline to be able to get these toilets preferably underway mid-next year, unless CEO or Mr Greer's team are able to expedite that report.
Mr Greer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, my understanding of what's intended with the motion, and again, the mover would be able to confirm, but the needs analysis is not I guess, a toilet needs analysis. It's a broader facility needs analysis. So the two are distinct. The toilet is the short-term issue that the club has been seeking assistance with. The needs analysis is a broader question that goes beyond just the toilets into the overall facility.
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, do I have any speakers for this motion on notice? Okay, councillors, would you be prepared to vote on item 1 separate to item 2 and 3 in the motion on notice? Or all 3 points together? I'm just asking if you were prepared to separate it, the votes. So is the mover and seconder prepared to vote for item 1 separate and vote for item 2 and 3 together, so that there are 2 votes taken on the same motion on notice?
Mayor, given that 1 is very different to 2 and 3, I mean, 1 is literally, can we help assist the club now with the toilet block? 2 is basically for administration to work with the club into the future to look at their future needs based on the growth of the area and growth of club membership. And 3 is just a simple request for the club to have a letter of support for any further grant funding they may apply for to assist with this. I don't really see the benefit of splitting them, if I'm honest. And when we're ready, can I have a right of reply?
Well, when we've sorted this out, that will happen, because that is the standing orders and the process. Okay, so as I understand, you want the whole motion on voters and the 3 points voted all together. That's correct. Okay, Councillor Berry. You have another question, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Under item 5.32 of the standing orders local law, the presiding person or the meeting by resolution may require a complicated motion be divided into 2 or more motions. I move that this council make a motion to split the recommendations into 3 separate parts.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Wright to split the motion? Deputy Mayor Rowe. Okay, so we have...
Point of order, please, Mayor.
Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. I think it clearly states in the standing orders, complicated motion. It's not complicated unless our governance person can advise.
I will ask our governance person to advise. According to 5.3, the presiding person or the meeting by resolution may require a complicated motion to be divided into two or more motions. Complicated motion is a interpretation, and there are two different angles on this. The first one is for the toilets. Point 2 and 3 is for a letter and for a needs analysis. And as the presiding member, I am happy to divide this motion into two votes, and we will vote on item 1 separately, and we will vote on item 2 and 3 separately as well. Councillor Berry, would you like to respond?
Can I just have another procedural clarification, please, Mayor? Just with that, and I understand what you're ruling, but you've also got a mover and a seconder on the floor. So they already moved and seconded a procedural motion. So I guess, are you overruling their procedural motion?
We will let their procedural motion run. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Nguyen.
I understand the word complicated is not defined, and if it's usually not defined, then you use the ordinary meaning of the word. And I've had a look at what it's defined as in terms of complicated.
Councillor Nguyen, I have ruled that it is a complicated motion, and so therefore that there's a procedural motion on the table for us to vote.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not.
There's no questions on procedural motions.
Point of order, Mayor Aitken.
Deputy Mayor Rowe.
My point of order is that once a procedural motion has been moved and seconded, it goes straight to the vote without debate or questioning.
That's correct. Thank you. So can we have a mover, which is Councillor Wright. We have a seconder, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillors, could you vote as to whether you want to decide this recommendation separately, item 1 separately to item 2 and 3? So it's a procedural motion to divide the voting. We have 2 votes on this motion on notice, the 1 vote on item 1 and a second vote on item 2 and 3. I only have 11 people voted so far. So we have 10 supporting the procedural motion and we have 4 against the procedural motion. Those against the procedural motion are Councillor Seave, Councillor Nguyen, Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Miles. Those supporting the procedural motion are myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Berry, Councillor Smith, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Figg, Councillor Parker and Councillor Moore. So on that note, I propose that we vote... Sorry? We will close the debate. Councillor Berry, you have the opportunity to close the debate and then we will go to 2 votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to emphasise to everyone that the club has said it does intend to try and continue to get more funding. The city had its first meeting with the club some time ago. The mayor was also at that meeting and it was discussed CSRFF funding should be applied for. That funding normally comes out in July, so we did not put this in the budget. We did not query it because the city and ourselves and the club all believe CSRFF funding would be available. That funding's still not available. The city's still waiting on that funding for various projects, so that's why it wasn't in the budget, so I apologise. As I've said, the first meeting was held quite a while ago, and at the last meeting that was held with Councillor Miles, myself, City Administration and the club, a business case was presented and left with Mr Greer and Mr Clem and myself and Councillor Miles. I don't know if that helps, but you know, we are trying to ensure that the club is safe. So thank you all.
Thank you. So we go to item 1, requests administration to list funding support, estimated at $466,000, subject to further updated information and quotes from the Queen's Rock Sports Club for consideration in the city's 25-26 mid-year budget review process for the upgrade of toilet facilities at the Queen's Rock Sports Club. Could I please have your vote? Thank you for that item. Okay, item 1 has been carried 10-4 with 4 councillors against, which is Councillor Moore, Councillor Parker, Councillor Figg and Councillor Herridge. Those councillors supporting item 1 is myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles, Councillor Berry, Councillor Smith, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Newen and Councillor Seif. We now go to the second part of the motion on notice, which is voting for item 2 and item 3, which is requesting administration to undertake a needs analysis exercise in consultation with the Queen's Rock Sports Club to inform future planning for the club and the site, similar to what is being done for the Wanneroo and Yanship Sports and Social Clubs, and request the City provide a letter of support to the Queen's Rock Sports Club for the club to investigate other funding sources that may become available to supplement existing grant funding for the upgrade of the toilet facilities. Could I please have your vote, councillors? And that is passed unanimously. Thank you. We now go back to the agenda proper. And that is ASO 2825, the tender for 25132 road and drainage upgrades at Mirrabooka Avenue and Kingsway. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Herridge. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Seif. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I'm just getting my head back after that one. That was a long one. So this particular spot is a troublesome one. I'm really glad to see this on our agenda for going through. The reason that I did ask to speak to it was I was just wondering whether we have an anticipated update for the project time delivery, because we've had we've had the other one, the lights? Western Power on site. And I'm sure that with all the rain we've had, it has been delayed. So I was just wondering so we can update our community when this part of the works will come.
Thank you. Councillor Seif, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just a moment. Mr Chettlewood would like to respond to that question.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I don't have an anticipated start date at this time. Once, depending on the decision of council tonight, we'll provide an update to councillors accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Seif, sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, do I have any speakers against this item? I have a question from Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask about the cost, the 1.6 million. I know from looking at the area that there's quite a lot of services in that area, and I just wonder how much of that 1.6 million is actually got any contingency built in for any utilities. Western Power was mentioned a second ago. I just want to know if is there any fat on the bone for cost blowouts in relation to moving services?
Mr Chettleworth.
Through you, Mayor, there is contingency in all of our projects. I don't have the value of that or the percentage of that, but we do incorporate a contingency cost into all of our projects.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Bedworth.
Thank you. And just onto just a slightly different topic, given the weather we've just had. The storm drains that are going to be built into it, I'm just wondering, are those being done on account of today's weather environment, or have these been modelled for future potential climate change scenarios?
Mr Chettleworth.
Through you, Mayor, modelling is done on up to 1 in 100 storm events. So whether it's gone out to that extent or I can't confirm, but there will be accommodation in regards to looking for worst case scenario of larger storm events to accommodate drainage off of our road network at that intersection.
Thank you, Mr Chettleworth. Are there any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, could you please cast your vote? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to AS 030825, construction of the Wangara Waste Transfer Station. Do I have a mover and seconder for that item? Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Wright. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Mayor. Just to thank administration for effectively fast-tracking this sort of transfer station. Whilst we have been planning to have a waste transfer station for some time, in light of the expectation of the landfill site over at Tamala Park closing earlier than proposed, we've had to obviously as a city quickly to act to make sure that we have a plan B. So as soon as we need to start transferring our waste to another facility, whether it be waste to energy, FOGO, landfill in another location, whatever. This gives this city the capacity to be able to quickly move forward and not have any interruptions with our waste stream coming from our residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, only to add to that too, thank the two local ward councillors, Councillor Herridge and Councillor Nguyen, for generously gifting this spot for a transfer station. No, look, I think it's a particular good site that is reasonably central to residents within the city. So, yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against this? You have a question, do you? Thank you, Councillor Nguyen.
Just in relation to assessing the financial risk of the tenderer, it's been indicated that the risk assessment was undertaken by Equifax, credit rating. Was there any other assessment that was carried out in terms of financial risk?
I think we might have to go behind closed doors because this is part of the confidential agenda. So we can't answer a question on that if it's part of the confidential agenda.
Maybe I should rephrase the question to just, other than relying on the report, did we carry out any other external assessment?
In terms of the process, Mr Chettleberg, thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the city uses Equinox to undertake financial assessments for all of our tenders, for all tenderers in these situations. So that's the process we use to manage financial risk.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to ASO 50825, membership for the Waste Avoidance Resource Recovery Advisory Committee on page 94 of the agenda. So do we have any councillors wanting to go on this advisory agenda? There's three. There's myself, the Mayor, and then there's three councillors. Councillor Seif, any other councillors would like to go on this Waste Avoidance Advisory Committee? Councillor Bedworth? Any other councillors? Councillor Herridge, is there any other, noting that there's three places, is there any other, you're going to put us to a vote, Councillor Miles?
No, I wouldn't do that. It's already on.
Are you moving it? Are you moving it, Councillor Miles?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to move the item.
Do I have a seconder of this item? Councillor Wright. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item? Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor. No, thank you, Mayor. I think it's self-explanatory.
Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Look, other than to say pleased to have 3 additional waste champions join us, I'm sure they'll be a valuable assets to our committee.
I agree. So on that note, councillors, do I have any speakers against? If there are any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, could you please cast your vote, which is approves the amended name of the Waste Advisory Resource Recovery Advisory Committee to the Waste Avoidance Resource Recovery Advisory Committee, and appoints by absolute majority under section 510(1)(a) of the Local Government Act 1995 up to 3 additional council members, which is Councillor Seave, Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Herridge. Please cast your vote. Councillor Nguyen? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item ASO 6-825, the City's submission on the Mindarie Regional Council's business plan, Neerabup Facility FOGO processing. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Deputy Mayor Rowe, seconder? Oh, I'll let Councillor Figg do this one. I'll put it on this one. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to... Oh, you have declarations. So we have a declaration from Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies for this one. So with regard to item ASO 6-0825, the City's submission on the MRC business plan Neerabup Facility FOGO processing, I disclose that I am a MRC councillor representing the City of Wanneroo, and as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I'll consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Miles.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is likewise. With regard to item ASO 6-0825, I disclose that I am a City of Wanneroo Council representative on the MRC, and as a consequence there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected, and I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. Now I go to Deputy Mayor Rowe. Would you like to speak to this item, Deputy Mayor Rowe?
Thank you, Mayor. It just would be worth noting that as we come to the end of the term on both our service on internal and external committees, that Councillors Miles and Wright have been outstanding delegates on MRC. They've had to deal with complex, challenging, time-consuming issues, and I just think the way that they've kept this council informed, advocated on behalf of our strategic priorities and our ratepayers has been stellar over the last couple of years. So just to acknowledge their hard work through this item.
Thank you. And Councillor Figg.
I'll second Deputy Mayor Rowe's comments there. I want to thank the 2 honourable councillors for their excellent advocacy on behalf of the city. Just briefly on the item in front of us, I'm really happy with the submission the city's prepared, and I thank administration for putting it together. I think the concerns that we've raised are valid, and I think that hopefully they'll be addressed throughout the process, and I commend it.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against this item? We have a question from Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just reading the reports as well. Since 2021, there was a noticeably change of smell, especially from the Bankshire Grove residents. Given the wind, some days it was very, very bad. So since the facility is actually closed, there's been no issue with it anymore. My question is just to ask, with this becoming a FOGO processing facility, what measures would we take to minimise that?
Mr Chettleworth.
Through you, Mayor, I may defer to Mr Gord, Manager of Waste
Mr Gord,
Services.
we've got the expert sitting over there.
Thanks to the Mayor. I guess it's a longer term question that we're asking in relation to this. Being mindful that this is a response to the business plan they're putting forward in relation to, hey, can we look at utilising SLAM for this thing? We've been very deliberate in relation to our response to the submission to say, in no means does this mean that we are committing anything to actually a FOGO plant here. This is more for the MRC to investigate whether or not this could be a usable facility in the future. These types of facilities generally have to have some very stringent compliance with DWER in relation to exuding smells. That would have to be part of the consideration as the MRC works through the tender process with the preferred tenderer.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen, you had a question?
I'm just trying to understand the recommendation 2B. What does it mean to advise Mindarie Regional Council that the city's submission does not constitute its participation?
Mr Parker.
Thank you, Councillor Nguyen. Happy for the other members of administration to jump in and answer this one. My understanding is that there will be a separate item coming to council in the future regarding the actual acceptance of a tender relating to this particular matter, and we didn't want the submission on behalf of the business case to be confused with endorsing a tender or whatever the case may be. So we just wanted to make it very clear that they were separate issues and we'd consider one at a time.
Thank you. You have another question, Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on this one as well, could it be explained what the process of this is? So we're going out for the business plan, and then what are the following steps from there that will come back to council?
Mr Gould.
Thank you very much, through the Chair. So this is an MRC process, not necessarily the City of Wanneroo's process itself. This facility is sitting in cotton wool, I guess, for a better term. Again, the process here is there is an active tender proposal on the floor with the MRC, obviously with a number of member councils involved in this. The upside, I think, of this one is that there's a good location in relation to FOGO processing for us into the future. It's located in a very central location. But again, there's no commitment right at this very minute for us to be a part of this, as opposed to, say, Tamala Park, where we have an agreement under the Constitution in relation to delivery of our waste services. Generally, after this, they'll put in for submission in relation to this business plan. They'd collate that information. I believe they have to present that, although I'm not 100% across that part. And then they would take those submissions into account and see whether or not the business case needs redevelopment, if it needs further development, or if they could just then proceed to formalising the tender.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Miles, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. More from a City of Wanneroo point of view, I understand what's happening with this particular submission. If council approves the report as listed by the administration, my question further on from what Councillor Moore has asked, Mayor, the Banksia Grove Residents Association is already raising concerns about odour. I have already steered them into putting in submissions directly to the MRC. But what I do want to ask, I guess, of administration, probably planning maybe, is what does the City of Wanneroo have to protect its residents from possible odours coming through from a possible future reopening of the facility that's there now? Because I too have experienced the odours as well.
Mr Dixon?
I will take the question on notice and provide a full and detailed response. Obviously, it relates to the Environmental Health Act, but in terms of giving the detailed provisions of the Act and what facilities are available, I'll provide a detailed response.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? Are there any speakers against this item? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't support this. I think we've all just been through the process of what has been happening in Kinross and Clarkson and Tamala Park, and sitting in a meeting listening to our concerned residents. It's okay for other councils to say this is a great location, but it's not in their backyard. This is this is literally in our ward's backyard, and we're going to be taking the issue that is happening in Kinross, and that's just going to be brought across to Banksia Grove. It was a huge issue back in the 2020, 2019, where residents were complaining. I even lived at one point where it was terrible during summer. And so I can't support this knowing that then I'd have to go to my residents and say, oh, yes, we're just going to reopen the plants. And it's food, which, given our climate and the hot days, the stench is going to be unbearable. So I don't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4. I have a question from Councillor Miles.
Just to reaffirm, I think something the CEO, maybe Mayor, mentioned before. So this one obviously is the administration's asking council to adopt a submission where we don't entirely agree with what's being proposed. The CEO also said that if the city does want to use, if the site does get approved by the MRC, the city of Wanneroo is not contracted at this point in time to use that, and this council would have to approve that. Would that be correct, CEO?
Mr Parker?
I'm just looking over at the people that are involved in that tender, but I believe this is a tender that can be done by separable portions, so the city can either opt in or out. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Do I have a Speaker 4? Okay, on that note, Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like the right of reply?
I thought I needed it, but Councillor Miles's question/statement really summed it all up. Thank you.
Councillors, cast your vote. Okay, we have 2 supporting, we have 3 against. Councillors against, Councillor Moore, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Berry, and the rest of the council supports it. Thank you, I declare that passed. We now go to the Kingsway Football and Sporting Club facility change room upgrades. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved, Councillor Herridge. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is something that has been a long time coming for the club. It lists Kingsway Football, but it actually does extend into the cricket club, athletics and anybody else who uses it. This facility is built back in the 70s, I believe. They've been extremely patient waiting for upgrades. They've had small ones across the years, some not as good as others, and we probably could have done better. But having this come through with a process, through budget and all the things that you're supposed to do to make sure that it is done properly and correct, commend the team in actually the advocacy from us as councillors, also the sporting club and admin in putting this together. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Rowe, do you want to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to thank the administration for providing the extra report. Councillors will see that the structural assessments first identified cracking and deterioration in 2023. Measures have been put in place as an interim solution to restore safety for all of the users of the facility, but those are only interim measures. We are at a stage when something more permanent is required, and the public statement tonight articulated exactly why. They are growing in all of the best possible ways in terms of female participation in sport, in terms of their growth in their juniors club, and in terms of the success that they're able to attract down there at Kingsway. So for all of those reasons and the way in which they've respectfully worked with the city over many years, I think this recommendation speaks for itself.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? I have a question from Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mayor. My question was to get just a little bit of clarity in regards to the temporary supports that have been installed for an interim measure. The update that we received in the agenda only said that it did not highlight any further structural issues. So I'm just wondering what the more permanent solution is. Do we have an update in regards to that part? Maybe I missed it. Sorry.
Mr Starwitz.
Thank you, Mayor, through the Chair. Thanks for your question, Councillor Smith. The recommended option design option 1 in recommendation 1 is proposing to extend the undercroft of the building out out to underneath the existing balcony, which would resolve those structural issues as part of that.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to the Community Facilities Planning Framework. Do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Figg. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this item, understanding that we have confidential attachments, and should there be any discussion about the confidential attachments of this item, we will have to go behind closed doors. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I just want to thank the staff for their work in developing this framework over several years. It's really exciting to see the city adopt an evidence-based, strategically focused approach to planning our community infrastructure. This framework is particularly timely given the scale of community facilities and spaces we need to deliver in the coming decades. While the Communities Directorate will lead its implementation, planning for community facilities cuts across multiple directorates. I believe this framework will provide much needed clarity and coordination across all involved. I'd also like to thank staff and my fellow councillors for their willingness to incorporate 2 additional planning principles. The first is cost-effective design, ensuring value for money by applying cost and value engineering throughout project life cycles and streamlining design and delivery processes. The second is continuous improvement, a commitment to capturing and applying learnings from each project to the next. This approach helps us to save time and resources while strengthening institutional knowledge, even amid natural staff turnover. And I'll admit I can geek out over process efficiencies, so I found Appendix 6, the summary of internal engagement, particularly interesting as it highlights many opportunities for improvement. These additions are especially important in the current environment where we're seeing infrastructure costs escalate significantly across the sector. By embedding principles like cost effectiveness and continuous improvement, we can better manage those pressures, buffering against cost blowouts and reducing the risk of unnecessary scope creep in our projects. By embedding these principles in the framework, we're setting a strong expectation that future community planning projects will align with them, driving better outcomes and greater value for our ratepayers. I commend this item to the Chamber and encourage support of my fellow councillors and look forward to its successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly. First, I'd like to commend Councillor Smith for her advocacy on this one. It's clearly a massive piece of work that administration has undertaken. It's incorporated some excellent principles within it. I'm really quite happy with the outcome, and I think this is going to hold us in good stead into the future as we continue to develop the many community infrastructure projects across the city.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Wright.
Sorry, I had
you
to
have
jump
a
in there and
question
spoil
or
the fun.
something?
I had an amendment, Mayor.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
Yes, Councillor Miles.
Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I don't want to take away from the issue of what this framework deals with, and as articulated very well by both the mover and seconder, and with the updated information, it is a phenomenal framework, and I know I've already used it with talking with community clubs already around assets and utilisation and spaces of where they can go. So it's a really useful tool for us, and I just want to thank the 3 and all the staff that have worked on that project. My amendment is focus on the implementation plan of this, and I guess our role as councillors is to identify strategic risks that may have come up, and to make sure that we have the adequate risk mitigations to address strategic risks. And one of the strategic risks that I've identified with this is regards to dogs. I know it is a controversial issue with this council, and I won't go too into detail because it's not the item that we're dealing with. However, in saying that, we need to have a framework in place that addresses the issues with these facilities. And at the moment, with the appetite from this council, both within these doors and within other meetings that we have. There is obviously appetite and issues that need to be addressed in regards to dogs on leads, or should I say dogs off leads, I should say. However, in saying that, there seems to be appetite to go further than that as well in terms of rolling that out citywide, and that's been from various comments throughout councillors in their speeches to that item that came to us in April, as well as through other social media posts and other places where we get to share with the community what we are working on in this building. So in saying that, I thought it was a priority for us to be able to make an informed decision when those items do come to us. Obviously, the other report is on a different timescale. However, to have the adequate informing documents available to us around what we do need to plan. And I think it doesn't hurt having the information available to us. We're not committing to building dog parks. We're not committing any expenditure. We're just asking for a strategy to inform what is the council's plan. If we do go to an all-on leads area across the city wide, what is our plan? Because we're going to have residents kick back. Where can I take my dog for exercise? Where do we have other places to be? So at the moment, it's currently for 28, 29, which I think is too long. And again, from the appetite from this council, I think there will be movement within the next 1 to 2 years. So I think it's appropriate that we at least get the administration starting on working on whatever that scope looks like, and we would have a better time frame around what is required for that particular strategy. So it's not asking for them to complete it by 26, 27, it's asking them to provide the scoping and to actually see what is going to be involved in that project. And hopefully, from admin's comment, may look like 27, 28, so bringing it a year earlier, I don't think that's going to kill us in being able to make an informed decision and making sure that body of work is done in a timely manner, because all the other implementation documents, again, a lot of them are critical, but again, we also need to be agile and flexible in what we're dealing with. And residents have been very clear, councillors have been very clear, this is a matter of importance to the community. So I just think we should have that document come to us so we can make an informed decision and actually have alternatives and other suggestions for community around what this council is going to plan to do in that space. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I've got a question of the mover and seconder of the substantive, if they're prepared to incorporate the amendment within the substantive recommendation. Councillor
Yes, I
Smith?
am. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, was that a yes or a no? Yes. Councillor Fick? Okay, so we're going to incorporate that item into the substantive because the mover and seconder have agreed to that, okay? So do we have any speakers against this item with item 3, the item 1, 2 and 3? Any speakers against this? If there are no speakers against this, I don't know that you need to write a reply, Councillor Smith. I suggest we vote on this item with the substantive amended to include item 3. Thank you. Councillor Nguyen? And that is passed unanimously. I'm going to cease the meeting now for 10 minutes for a toilet break. So we will be back in 10 minutes. That will be at 25 minutes to 9. Thank you, councillors. Good evening, councillors. We now resume the council meeting. We go to item CP 030825, investigation into a mountain bike trail in the Alkimos area. I have a mover, Councillor Coetzee, and a seconder, Councillor Figg. And we also have an amendment, so I'll go straight to the amendment. I'm moving the amendment. Councillor Miles is seconding the amendment. The amendment is an additional recommendation that Council supports the establishment of an advisory group to investigate the feasibility and staged development of a mountain bike trail facility in Alkimos area, recognising its potential to serve families, schools, recreational riders, tourism and future competitive events. The reason for this amendment is, given the rapid development occurring in the region, it is essential that all aspects of planning, design and delivery are approached with diligence and foresight. The proposed advisory group should include representatives from Welsh Cycle and the Northern Beaches Cycling Club. This group will help shape a future-focused approach, identifying key steps, staging opportunities and community benefits while ensuring no critical elements are overlooked in the early phases of investigation. It's prudent to note that administration has acknowledged the need to involve community stakeholders in the planning and investigation of community facilities to ensure that they meet their current and future needs. So on that note, Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Just briefly, thank you, Mayor. I think you articulated the reason in the amendment after speaking with Councillor Coetzee multiple times over the last week. I think it is important that we do the advisory group early, as she's indicated, to get the Northern Beaches Cycling Club on board, to get the West Cycle. I think if West Cycle come on board on this advisory group, it does lead us to get some state government funding earlier, rather than wait till 3 years' time or 4 years' time for another election cycle, because obviously there will be funding that they are able to achieve through their normal process through the Department of Sport. It is something that I believe is much needed in the area as a cycling enthusiast, maybe not. But however, what I am pushing this for most of all is the fact that this is going to bring people to our area, which is about tourism. We know that these sort of facilities, Mayor, does bring people to our areas, which will highlight the fantastic beaches. It'll highlight the fact that we're building a town centre at Alkimos, and we're connecting to possibility the regional open space in Alkimos, which is absolutely going to be outstanding in the future. So this is one of those holistic approaches to give more jobs to our locals at a local point, rather than driving down the freeway for an hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miles. I would just like to ask Councillor Coetzee and Councillor Figg if they're prepared to include the additional recommendation into the substantive that they've moved, because if they have go that, we will just discuss the substantive as amended. Are you agreeable to include the substantive with that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Coetzee, would you like to speak to the substantive as amended, please?
Thank you. First of all, when I saw this on the agenda, I was super excited about it. I would have liked it to be a little bit further, but we all know things takes time, and if we don't do it slowly and with a lot of diligence and investigation, it might not be working out so very well. I also would like to say thank you to everybody who have worked on this project so far. The investigation on the mountain bike trail in Alkimos. As we all know, mountain biking has become a very popular sport in not just around us, but worldwide. So this is an exciting new venture for the city of Wanneroo, something that we have not had in front of us at all before. So it is essential that we approach our projects with thorough planning, ensuring we consider every detail to the maximize its potential. I must calm down. We can discuss developing this facility in either stages or in a complete project. If I have to think about the Dundebar, not the Dundebar, Dundebar mountain bike, I need to calm down. I'm so excited about this thing. if I have to think about the Joondalup mountain bike track, is I do go there from time to time, and especially after work or weekends or holidays, I see many people there, especially also in school holidays. There's events, and it's not just a little event, it's a massive event there. And I also would like to say thank you to Joondalup for providing this facility, not just for Joondalup, but for the wider community and the cities all around us. As we all know, the North Ward is growing rapidly, with all the developments going up and all on the horizon. This facility will serve so many groups. It will serve families, mountain bike enthusiasts, schools, events, and so much more, even tourism. I would strongly advocate for the Alkimos site to be the selected location, as it's right next to a train station. There's bus service, there's restaurants, shops. There is so much around there for tourism as well. And this trail can link up with the Yawaroo Trail, which links up with the National Park and with the Joondalup track. It's a significant opportunity that we cannot overlook. I'm so looking forward to see this item next year, if I'm here. And I'm asking all of my fellow councillors to please support me in this.
Thank you, Councillor Coetzee. Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this item as amended?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, I'm a fan of overarching strategies that look to kind of seize the opportunities that we already have in the area. This council, or a previous version of this council, had the wisdom to build a cycling track at Splendid Park. I think that we should look to have the wisdom to constructing or looking towards constructing this track through Alkimos to create a bit of a cycling mecca in our northern suburbs. I think it's an opportunity that we shouldn't overlook, and the ability to link the Heritage Trail through Alkimos and then potentially to the coast is something that I don't think you'll find in any other suburb or local government area in Perth, and I think it's something that we should look to support. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Figg. Do I have any speakers against this item? Question, Deputy Mayor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor. And my question builds on the one asked by Councillor Herridge 2 weeks ago. When the initial motion on notice was presented to us, it said in the financial implications section that costs for investigating can be incorporated into the operating budget, but there was no projection provided for that at the time of consideration. Now we find out that the investigation cost approximately $19,100. Just perhaps a question through to yourself, Mayor, to the CEO. When motions on notice are presented at future meetings, can the admin, wherever possible, provide more detailed projections on the financial cost and the operational cost to implement that motion if effective? I just feel that that would provide a more high degree of assurance when we actually do the voting.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. Yes, certainly your comments are taken on board, and I think on reflection, the administration tries to be as accommodating as what we possibly can be with elected member notices of motion, but I think at some point we need to be, I guess, very honest in that each year Council adopts CEO KPIs or organisational KPIs. You adopt a corporate business plan. You adopt an annual budget which outlines a body of work, and I think in responding to notices of motion administratively, we need to be very open and honest about what the implications are from a resourcing perspective, and that's not only financially, but that's also if potentially a project has to be dropped from the corporate business plan as a result of taking on another task. So I think as we mature over time, the responses will become better and better so that you can make fully informed decisions.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Berry, you're speaking against?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against this item just to enable somebody else to speak for the item. Thank you.
Any speakers for? Councillor Smith.
I thank the Mayor and Councillor Berry for her assistance there. I just wanted to reflect, and when I went on holiday into Europe many years ago, the culture there in terms of having a lot more outdoor play with their kids and families was something that I thought was brilliant. And so the more that we can bring back here to Australia and help people get outdoors and do other things other than onto the traps of computer and everything else. I think that's brilliant. We might not have mountains, unfortunately, in WA, but we certainly do have other avenues for outdoor recreation. So just wanted to speak in support of further investigation for opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, Councillor Coetzee, do you want the right of reply?
I'm just happy.
Okay, councillors, let's vote on this item as amended, please. I believe it'll be unanimous when I see the screen. Oh, it is unanimous. It's passed unanimously. We now go to item CSO 10825, Financial Activity Statement for the period ended 30th of June 2025. Do I have a mover and seconder for the financial? Councillor Berry, do I have a seconder? Councillor Figg. Councillor Berry, do you want to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank admin for their report, and would notice that all our fees, charges and other income are all over budget, which was pleasing. So thank you very much, administration.
Thank you. And Councillor Figg, would you like to speak to this?
I guess just noting that we've added potentially added up to $2 million to our budget for the year, noting that we have a relative surplus for the time being is a positive, and I think it leaves us in good stead to accommodate those extra costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against the financial activity statement? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item CSO 20825, the Council Plan 2025 to 35, and I will be moving that and the Deputy Mayor will be seconding that. This is the launch of the Council Plan 2025 to 2035. This evening marks a special milestone for our community as we launch the City of Wanneroo's inaugural Council Plan 2025 to 2035. This plan sets out a shared vision for the next decade, a vision shaped by the voices, experiences and aspirations of our residents. At the heart of this new plan is our vision statement: together we grow, safe, green and connected. This vision reflects who we are and who we want to become. Together we grow reminds us that progress isn't something done by one part of the community alone. It's about residents, businesses, community groups and council working side by side. It's about shared responsibility, equity and collaboration, ensuring that our city is a place for all stages of life and ready for the future. Safe, green and connected speaks to the foundations of a livable city. Safety means more than the absence of harm. It's about feeling supported, secure and connected in our neighbourhoods. Green spaces are not only beautiful, they cool our streets, support our environment and bring us together. And being connected through transport, technology, services and community life ensures that everyone can access what they need close to home. Alongside this vision, we've also set a clear purpose statement. We work together to create strong, vibrant, safe and connected neighbourhoods that improve daily life and protect our environment for future generations. This is not just words on a page. It's the commitment that will guide us every day, whether it's maintaining a local park, supporting small businesses, planning new roads, or responding in times of need. It means we will listen carefully, design services that meet real needs and work with empathy, transparency and pride. To bring this vision and purpose to life, we have identified 5 strategic goals that will shape our work over the next 10 years. A safe city, a sustainable city, a thriving economy, a connected and livable city, and a well-governed and managed city. These goals are supported by 15 strategic priorities, clear areas where we will focus our resources to make sure we are delivering tangible results for our community. And importantly, these goals and priorities are not just ideas, they come directly from you. The hugely successful Wanneroo Livability Survey was central to shaping this plan. More than 5,000 people engaged with us throughout this process, with over 4,000 detailed survey responses and more than 6,000 ideas shared. Your input has directly informed what we are presenting here today. This is why we are so proud of the new Council Plan 2025 to 35. It is truly the first of its kind, a consolidated plan that combines our strategic community plan and our corporate business plan, ensuring we meet all legislative requirements while also preparing for the upcoming changes to the Local Government Act. Most importantly, this plan is a product of collaboration. It is a plan created not just by Council, but with the whole community. It reflects your priorities, your hopes, and your vision for the future of Wanneroo. So tonight, I want to thank each and every person who has been part of this journey, from those who filled in a survey, to those who sat in workshops, to our staff who worked tirelessly to bring this all together. The City of Wanneroo is growing, and with growth comes both opportunity and responsibility. But together, with this shared vision and purpose, I have every confidence that we can create a city that is safe, sustainable, thriving, connected, and well-governed. A city where everyone feels they belong, where neighbourhoods are strong, and where future generations will continue to flourish. Councillors, I ask that you support this council plan recommendation. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I was highly tempted to just say ditto after your remarks, but I will just build on it slightly to acknowledge the work of Delis Delta, who were instrumental in facilitating the workshops, the consultation sessions that took place. Obviously, to acknowledge the work of Nolene Jennings, Sue Potter, Dean and all of their team, plus as well the directorates that are not just corporate strategy and performance, because it is a collaborative team effort and the entire organisation comes together for a document of such strategic significance. I think the participation in the livability survey was much more significant than in previous years, and it provided useful data that will allow us to identify and deliver on our strategic priorities. This document, Mayor, will be significant in itself, and what I hope to see is greater alignment as we move forward between this overarching document and all of the different strategies and policies that we have sitting underneath. Because we talk in local government about integrated planning and reporting, this is the very definition of it. One document that sits at the top that informs all the others, endorsed by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? We've got a question, but because it's such a big thing, it's the first ever council plan we've ever done, I am prepared to open the floor if anyone wants to speak for it as well, because it's like budget night, it's something as important as that. So, Councillor Wright, if you wanted to ask a question so you could make a comment, or do you want to ask a question?
I'll just ask the question, if that's okay. So just from discussions that we had with the council in the drafting of this particular plan, I'm just wanting to, I guess, get a clarification from the administration in regards to the graphic design of these strategies and plans. And I know a lot of us articulated concerns that we wanted to see it graphically designed. And I think council does have a role to play to ensure that information is accessible, understandable and readable to the community. So I'm just wanting to understand what changes have been made to the process to ensure when we do have these big documents, because sometimes content goes in there, but when the graphics are put in, content gets missed or layout has to change, some parts have to be omitted from it. I'm not sure if this is the case for this document, but can we just get some reassurance that future documents that will come to us will be fully designed, ready to go for community? So if we do have any issues, I know pictures have come up before around pictures not even being in the city of Wanneroo, little things like that, that again might lead or make a bad impression to the community because they understand what's in their area. So I just want to make sure that we have that second pair of eyes over the administration's work on what that document looks like before it gets published. Sorry, it's a very long question, but I hope
Mr. CEO.
I'm not going to ask you to repeat it. I'm okay. So, Councillor Wright, we obviously spoke about this during the week. So the administration's had let's call it a long-standing approach of putting a document that is final but hasn't been graphically designed in front of council. The rationale behind that, from the feedback that I've received, is that if council makes changes to that, say, for example, tonight we want to change the vision or we want to, do whatever, we don't have to go back to the graphic designer and make those amendments to a final document that could require reformatting, so on and so forth. So by putting that final document in front of council that's been graphically designed, we do just run that risk of having to go back to the graphic designer and making changes. What I can assure you, and what shouldn't happen, is that if council adopts this document, it shouldn't change through the graphic design process from a wording perspective. So exactly what you adopt here tonight should appear in the final document. We shouldn't be making any administrative changes to a document that council has essentially endorsed. So if that has happened in the past, I think we need to go and have a good look at that. So we're currently asking some questions internally, looking at our internal procedures to see whether that is a viable option to come back to council and actually present those final documents. In this particular instance, we did need to go and seek quotes for a graphic designer, and we bundled it in with the annual report to try and get some economies of scale and to get the two documents having a similar look and feel. So once that person's on board, they will move very quickly in terms of getting this one done, and then we'll move into the annual report. But yeah, certainly going back and having a look at our internal procedures. And if council adopts what we've workshopped and what's presented on tonight, it's relatively straightforward. But if there are a lot of changes, it can become quite complicated and can require reformatting, and then would that document have to come back to council subject to those changes? So they're just some of the things that we probably need to work through.
Thank you. Do I have any councillors wanting to speak against this document? Any councillors wanting to speak for the council plan? Okay, I don't think I need the right of reply after that speech. So on that note, I would ask councillors to cast their vote, please. And that is passed unanimously, councillors. Thank you. Now, if I've got it right, we now move to Legal and Governance, CEO 1825, review of the council members' continuing professional development policy. Do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved, Councillor Wright. Do I have a seconder for this one? Yes. Deputy Mayor Rowe. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. The enthusiasm's off the charts tonight. I just would like to thank, both in this item and the next, the work of Madonna and her team. These were some complicated, long discussions at Concept Forum, and I think the persistence of the administration to get these two items before us this evening is admirable. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Rowe. Do I have any speakers against item CEO 1825? You have a question, do you, Councillor Newman?
I do, and potentially a proposed amendment as well, Madam Mayor. But I just wanted to ask a few questions first. Just in relation to the proposed change, this is on page 719. In particular, the attendance within 3 months of expiry of the council member's term, that appears to be in the regulation that does not allow for reimbursement to be made by a council member. Is it open for me to make an amendment to have that removed from the policy?
Yep. Is it legislative? That is legislative. It's so therefore we could change it, but it'd be ultra vires, so it wouldn't be able to be enacted.
Thank you for that confirmation. Now, that regulation seems to be amended in 2023, which means that our policy, whether it was amended or not, should be read in accordance with the regulation once it's been enacted. Can you confirm that?
Can you repeat your question, please, Councillor Nguyen?
So our policy hasn't been updated until it's come to council today. Now, this regulation that was enacted in 2023 meant that even though our policy hasn't been amended to reflect the change, our policy would need to be read with what is regulated at the time, including reading that policy or that regulation into the policy.
Yes. Jim, would you be happy to answer that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Nguyen. If you refer to the actual wording in the admin regs, Regulation 37 sub 3 says the policy must not allow, and I want to draw a distinction between the local government must not allow. So this just says the policy must not allow, which is what we're doing here.
Yes.
So we can, in fact, still make the reimbursement that would not be ultra vires in my interpretation of it.
Sorry, can you please clarify? A policy must not allow, but we could still make a decision that is not ultra vires?
So Regs 37 only provides that the policy must not allow. So it's focusing on the policy. Its intent is for the actual policy to have that clause to say, which is what you'll see in the updated one in 2.4L. 2.4L sub I?
Yes.
Sorry, no. L.
2.
Oh, 2, yes. So that's what we're doing here, and we're certainly compliant in that sense. But so, you know, if Parliament's intention was that local government must not allow, it would expressly be in there. But the fact that it is not does, in my view, give us some leeway in the reimbursement.
Sorry, I am confused by that response simply because the Act or the regulation makes it quite clear to say that the policy, meaning that the policy of a local government being asked. And so this relates to this policy that we cannot, and I'm proposing to remove that paragraph 2. I want to make sure that it's open for me to do that. And it's not inconsistent with the regulation.
Councillor Nguyen, we are going to take a short break to look at that in full detail. Elise.
Once we're on air, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to item CE 010825, review of the council member continuing professional development policy, I declare that I have a financial interest in this matter that's come to council, so I'm going to remove myself from the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll wait until the councillors left the chamber. Are you responding? Okay, I'll just go to Ms. Plate and ask for your response, please, to the question.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the Chair, the question I understand is in relation to the inclusion of a prohibition within the policy that a reimbursement to council members can't happen within the last 3 months of the time in which their term ends. The review of the regs and the legislation, and the regulation in particular, Regulation 37, is in relation to what the contents of a council policy can have. It's not necessarily a prohibition on what council can and can't do, but rather a reference back to what a council policy can include. So the paragraph that's being suggested to be included would be that the policy doesn't permit the reimbursement of council members during the 3 months of their last 3 months of their term. But that does not mean that there could not be a decision of council to facilitate that.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, I just want to have a few more clarification in relation to that response. So can you clarify that it is open to council, in particular to the two motions that are subsequent to this item, to approve reimbursements for councillors to attend a conference or education as part of the CPD within 3 months of their expiry?
Ms. Martin?
Under the proposed revision and the policy as it was when those items were being assessed, there, as I said, is a prohibition that a policy cannot include that, but it does not appear that the legislation specifically prohibits council making a decision.
Thank you. You have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
I do. The word education and conference in the proposed change is in capital. Is that a defined word? And I can't seem to see a definition.
Yes, conference is defined within the policy.
Sorry, can you guide me where the definition is?
Paragraph number 3, there is a small table, page 723.
Thank you very much. And once we have made a decision by voting on it today, would that be effective immediately? If not, when would it be effective?
Ms. Martin?
Subject to any movement from the floor for a motion to change a resolution pursuant to the standing orders, the resolutions are effective at the conclusion of a meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions?
At the conclusion? Sorry, was that at the conclusion of the meeting?
Ms Martin?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you clarify if once we have approved this policy, does it apply to the two notices of motion that we're about to also vote on it later on?
Ms Martin?
We'd need to consider whether there was change to the policy affecting those notices on motion, but the items would generally follow the ordinary course of business. As I said, there may be something that affects a resolution towards the end of a meeting, but otherwise the resolutions are passed and confirmed all at the end of a meeting in the order in which they proceed.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure, I don't usually publicise private conversations with staff, but I think they articulated it quite well over there. So is a correct question. I think the intent of the Act and the regulations of what's being put in front was so that council or the administration doesn't just reimburse people during the election period, but there needs to be a check and balance put in place that it needs to come to some other place. So that's why the default position was council can't administration can't fund within the 3 months, but it needs to come to council. So can I clarify that that seems to be the interpretation that's being applied in this case?
Is that correct, Ms Martin?
That is correct, Councillor Wright.
Deputy Mayor Rowe?
Just foreshadowing, Mayor, that if Councillor Nguyen moves an amendment and has a seconder, I would strongly prefer to no longer be the seconder of the substantive. I would want to declare financial interest and leave the room accordingly, because it's put me in a very difficult position.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Can you please clarify in relation to the regulation, that is Regulation 37, is that binding on council at the moment?
Ms Martin?
Yes, the regulations are a overriding principle over council policy. Regulation 37 is in relation to how a policy relating to fees and expenses, and in particular continuing professional development, should be drafted.
And so if I were to move an amendment to remove that particular part 2, would that be open to me?
Ms Martin?
Provided that there is not a clause in a policy that says that the policy would permit the payment or reimbursement, then there wouldn't necessarily be the requirement to have a clause prohibiting that within the policy. However, from a governance perspective, having information that would assist council within the confines of the policy as to perhaps some limitations on where the policy would not allow the reimbursement would be considered best practice in good governance.
Okay.
Councillor Bedworth?
Just one very quick question, thank you, Mayor, through yourself. The actual regulation speaks to continuing professional development, but the policy seems to have gone an extra step and included conferences in that. And can that be explained?
Ms Martin?
Yes, so the references to the regulations are, as you have pointed out, Councillor Bedworth, in relation to continuing professional development, and that is where any limitation about what is within the council policy should come from, and to the extent where it applies, in that the council cannot endorse a policy which would permit payment or reimbursement through the policy.
Councillor Bedworth?
Thank you for that. And then just following on from that, then I'm just interested to know why our policy's gone to the extra step to put the word conference in there, if we're just trying to align with the regs.
Ms Martin? Oh, Mr Tan can speak to that.
Thank you for the question. In our review of the policy, we broke up continuing professional development into education with capital and conference with capital. This was partly informed by external governance review, and it was also to streamline and make it easier, make it more consistent, because the old policy was quite clunky in its wording. So our intention in doing that was so for example, where you go to 2.2 and you look at the CMPDA allowance, that expressly provides that you could use it for conferences, education. So really it was just something to make the policy much more readable and approachable, user-friendly.
Councillor Ewan, you have another question?
Just following on from that question from Councillor Bedworth, does that mean that we're extending the CPD not just to training but to events that we don't necessarily have to?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question through the chair. No, because when we adopted the definition, the same, so if you look at conference, includes seminars, conferences, and industry meetings. Education includes formal qualifications, short courses, workshops. So these were in old policy, except it's broken up, like I said, for more readability and referenceability.
I have a question to ask. Just trying to work through all of this. The whole idea of writing the policy like this, so in the last 3 months of a term, is the fact that it has to come to council to support a council member in the last 3 months of their term, so that it isn't rubber stamped that admin can do it without council approval for the last 3 months of a council member's term. Is that correct, Ms Martin? That's how I understand it?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so that's why it's written in that fashion from what I understand. Councillor Nguyen.
Just referring back to the previous response that it's not open to council to pay within the policy or reimburse a council member within 3 months of their expiry. Could I refer you to section 5.129 of the Local Government Act, which appears to allow for council to make changes to policy or revoke a policy at any time in relation to reimbursement or payment of fees and expenses. So I wanted to ask again whether it is open to council to amend the policy to remove that section part 2.
Ms Platt. Ms Martin. Sorry. Ms Platt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, clause 5.129 of the Local Government Act is in relation to the drafting where a local government may prepare and adopt a policy. And there's further subsections refer to amendment of the policy.
So it is open to me to then move that amendment based on section 5.129 of the Local Government Act. If so, I will move that.
Do you have a seconder to move that amendment, Councillor Nguyen? What is it? First of all, what is your amendment?
To delete paragraph 2.4L number 2, which reads, was attended within 3 months of expiry of the council member's term.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Rowe, do you have a decision, mate, while we go through this
If it's
amendment?
been seconded, Mayor, has it been seconded?
Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Bedworth is seconding.
Noted.
that amendment.
So if it's been moved and seconded, Mayor, then my first decision is to remove myself as the seconder of the substantive. And I'm going to declare an interest of financial interest in this matter as a subsequent item on the agenda refers to a reimbursement request for me in my final 3 months of the term, and the guidance being given to the councillor is that if his motion is successful, it will be implemented in the order in which it is passed. So therefore it would make superfluous the latter request. So I'm going to leave the chambers if that's okay.
Okay. Okay, I believe we need to get another seconder for the substantive. Do we have a seconder for the substantive? Just a minute. First of all, I want to get a seconder for the substantive. Councillor Herridge will second the substantive. Councillor Moore, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify, what Councillor Nguyen is proposing is if this goes through, it makes the 2 motional notices null and void. So by removing this, we're then able to approve Councillor Rowe and Councillor Herridge's requests.
We could approve them anyway. It's actually a decision of council. According to the CEO, we could approve it whether we took that out or left it in there because it's a decision of council.
Okay.
All that item is, from what I understand, that they're looking at removing is that if it's within the final 3 months of a term, it has to come to council to be considered. That's all. Councillor Wright, do you have a question?
The wording or the proposed amendment that's been put in front of us is not compliant because, as that's been stated by the administration, the regulation says the policy must not allow, which means there needs to be some reference to the regulations that says it does not allow, or else the policy is not compliant. I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that would be the case. So I don't know why we're actually trying to remove it when the regs say that it needs to be addressed in the policy.
I agree. But sorry, I can't foreshadow. Ms Martin, what is your comment on that? Do you have a comment, a clarification?
Sorry, on the question from Councillor Wright?
Right, yes.
The regulation says a policy must not say that. Let me just bring it up. I don't know that it says the word must. It does, sorry. The policy must not allow for the payment or reimbursement in several other words in the paragraph within the following periods, the period ending 3 months on the day. So whilst I would recommend from a governance perspective that there is a clause that clarifies that the policy cannot allow the repayment, the fact that there is not a specific overt acknowledgement or direction that a payment could be made, I think fits still within the bounds of the legislation. As I mentioned, from a governance perspective, I would recommend that clarifying that position would be prudent for council's review, but the policy without that would not be contrary to the legislation.
Okay, Councillor Bedworth, first of all, there's the amendment on the floor. Let's focus on the amendment. Councillor Bedworth. Okay, so there's an amendment on the floor. The amendment on the floor, from what I understand, is to delete item L2 on page 719, which was attended within 3 months of expiry of the council member's term. Is that correct? I'm just clarifying the amendment first. Is that correct? Councillor Bedworth, you happy to second that amendment? Okay, you have a question, Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just another question from me so I can understand this properly. If we approve this amendment going forth, so in our 2027, does that then allow any one of us who are up for election in our last 3 months to go nuts and go to everything and anything we want to go to? Or was that policy just creating a buffer zone so that it also protects the city from doing, I don't know, crazy reimbursements or?
Mr Tan or Ms Martin?
I guess I'm just trying to seek clarification is if we keep it as is, can Councillor Rowe and Councillor Herridge get their reimbursements? And this is just a blanket rule, it comes to council and we vote on it each time? Or what would be the implications if we vote this in? What then happens in 2 years' time? Don't know who that question's for. Thank you.
Ms Martin?
If the amendment is upheld, their policy would be silent on what happens within that period, and therefore a decision would need to come to council. There wouldn't be any scope within the policy as to what happens within that period.
Do you have a question, Councillor Parker?
So I think we're still a little bit unclear. So if we leave it as is, for example, Councillor and Councillor Herridge, we get to the next 2 items, we do whatever we have to do and it goes forward. If we take on the changes, that means we never have to do that again. So you will be able to pay without coming back to council? No. Okay, so we're not clear on it. So
Ms Martin, clarify that. It's not identified, from what I understand, it's not identified in the policy, but it still has to, it's a regulation that still comes to council. So the policy is correct according to the regulation. It's clarifying the regulation that applies to it. Ms Martin, is that correct?
Yes, that was my response, Mayor.
So basically we're not changing anything.
No.
So we're doing all of this without changing anything.
That's
Got
right.
it.
That's exactly correct. Councillor Wright, and then I'll go to Councillor C.
Sorry, I was going to lose my mind, but they've updated it to the right clause because it wasn't even referencing to the right place.
Thank you. Councillor C, do you have a question?
In all the confusion, I almost forgot. So, policy has to match regulation regardless, so that section 37 stays. My question is, where is it in the regulations or the Act that says that council just gets to vote and then override that regulation?
The regulation refers to how a policy is to be drafted. It's not referencing decisions of council. So the Regulation 37 is referring to the manner in which a policy and what the content of a policy can be, not what the decisions of council can be.
So if that's the case, but then if that's the case, then the regulation is null and void.
Ms Martin?
The regulation is referring to how the policy can be drafted. And so, for example, there couldn't be a policy which was drafted which said that a councillor can be reimbursed for any continuing professional development in the last 3 months of their term. That would be contrary to the regulation. And so, for example, if an administration provided a reimbursement to a councillor based on a policy which said that, that would be invalid.
Yes. So then
Okay.
how are we not in contravention of that regulation if we just vote to ignore it?
Ms Martin.
There's a difference between council making a decision to make a reimbursement and for council policy to direct when a reimbursement is appropriate.
Just clarifying, council policy allows the administration to act without council authority. In the last 3 months of a council member's term, it needs to come to council to authorise it. Is that correct, Ms Martin?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, as far as the amendment is concerned, we need to get this moving fairly quickly. Councillor Nguyen, do you want to speak to this amendment?
No, thank you.
Councillor Bedworth, do you want to speak to this amendment? Any speakers against? Councillor Wright?
Absolutely not. I mean, at the end of the day, the regulations are simple. The policy must have it in there. It must address. Adopting this amendment would mean the policy is not compliant because the policy does not mention what is mentioned in the regulations. As simple as that. I don't know if that doesn't make sense to people, but...
Speakers for the amendment? If there are no speakers for the amendment, do you want the right of reply, Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, and I do believe it's not necessary for there to be a removal amendment because our policy has to be consistent with the regulation. Whether it's there or not, it has to be read within the confines of the regulation. Given that this regulation was enacted in 2023, whether we have amended our policy or not, it should be read with it. I propose to remove that for the purpose of allowing, I guess, hopefully Deputy Mayor Rowe and my colleague Councillor Herridge with the reimbursement that is proposed to be made at a later notice of motion. And I'm here to, I guess, hopefully facilitate that process if this amendment was allowed.
Thank you. Councillors, this is about whether you support withdrawing that item from the policy or leaving the item in the policy. Councillors, it's the amendment. Could you please cast your vote? And the amendment is lost, 8-4. Those who were for the amendment was Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Moore and Councillor Nguyen. Those against the amendment was Councillor Seif, Mayor Aitken, myself, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles, Councillor Smith and Councillor Fick and Councillor Parker. Here we go. So now we go to the substantive unamended. I have a mover, is Councillor Wright, a seconder, Councillor Herridge. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to the substantive as unamended? No, he's declared an interest and he has to stay out. Yep.
Look, thank you, Mayor. Hopefully Council sort of understands. I know it is confusing, but at the end of the day, there needs to be some reference in the policy. The policy is almost a copy and paste of what's in the regs. I think the problem lies with the next two items, which can be clarified at a later stage. But the policy as itself is correct. It aligns with what legislation says. It's plain and simple. So policy is fine. If we receive any advice to the contrary, we can always update it later. At the end of the day, we're voting on with the best information we have at the time, and that advice has been consistent with what's been articulated by the administration. So I guess that just makes sense at this point in time, and the issues lie with the other items. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Herridge.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any speakers against the substantive? If there are no speakers against the substantive, councillors, could you please cast your vote? And that is passed unanimously. We now go to item CEO2 825. Do I have, I'll wait until the other councillors get in the room. Okay, do I have a mover and seconder for the review of the attendance at events policy, council members and chief executive officer, CEO 2825? Councillor Wright, seconded. Councillor Herridge. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Herridge, would you like to speak to this item?
All good, thank you.
Any speakers against this item? Councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to CE 030825, Establishment of Chief Executive Performance Review Committee. Okay, do I have a mover and seconder for this? Moved Deputy Mayor Rowe, seconded Councillor Berry. Deputy Mayor Rowe, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. I now go to item CE 040825, review of district boundaries. Do I have a mover and seconder of this, please? Declaration from Councillor Figg.
Declaration of an indirect financial interest, given that I work in a policy area separate to local government, but within the local government minister's office. So I'll be leaving the room.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations, councillors? Okay, do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Do you move it, Councillor Miles?
I'm happy to move it and also incorporate my amendment if that's okay with council.
Okay. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Wright. So you're now talking to the substantive plus your amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's only a small change, councillors, on the on the document you received in the green folder. I won't go on too long because I think it's important to add the extra wording on point 3, which is including an option to establish a new local government in the northern suburbs. And as a whole, council, I think it's important that we obviously do look at this. Administration's report does articulate some of the reasons why. This council's been through a separation before, and the city of Joondalup was created, and that was done for very similar reasons, rapid growth, and also to make sure that the local authority has the identity of the people that live within that authority. And I do think at times that the length of this council is quite prohibitive in some cases for us to cover every nuance of issue going on, whether it's in Kundula or Two Rocks, through the middle bit of Carramar to Wanneroo. So I would like council to support the small change for administration to obviously look and consider those proposals and look into not only the proposal of possibly reboundary identification, but also, as it says in there, to establish, or the possibility to establish, a new local government on what that would mean to our communities, either in the south or in the north, to create that, but still retaining the city of Wanneroo. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
Look, thank you, Mayor. Look, just to wrap it up for me, I think when I read the report, it would have been nice to have some of that extra information around what does a new city of Yanchep, for example, look like, or what does a scenario in that look like. So I think the amendment will hopefully broaden that scope so the administration can undertake that work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I would also like to ask a question within this. Would we be incorporating the financial constrictions and the financial costs we'd be putting on our community if we do it in the short term, or we do it in an appropriate term when we're at a larger thing? Could we incorporate that in the report, please? Because it might not be financially viable. Mr. CEO?
Thank you, Mayor. If you look at point 3 there, it asks for the Chief Executive Officer to prepare a further report for Council's consideration on the outcome of those preliminary discussions and a proposed scope, resource plan and timeline for any potential proposal. So within that, we need to be very clear about the options that are available, and obviously that's just not limited to a new local government in the northern suburbs, but there's a range of options that are available. There would need to be a financial element so that, you know, when we go out for community consultation, there's a broad understanding of exactly what's involved.
Thank you, because it'd be good for our community to know the potential cost as well. Okay, do I have a speaker against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, would you like to cast your vote? There are 2 against and 11 for. Those against Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Berry. Those for are myself and Councillor Newen. Those that are for are myself, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles, Councillor Smith, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Moore and Councillor Seif and Councillor Parker. Thank you. We need to get Councillor Figg back in. So we now go to item CE 05-825, Council Member Attendance at the National Growth Area Alliance 2025 National Congress. Deputy Mayor Rowe has a declaration to make.
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to this item, I note that I have a financial interest as I'm the councillor referred to in the report. I'll therefore absent myself for the discussion and the vote.
Thank you. And just for a quick point of clarification, is the city paying for Deputy Mayor Rowe's attendance, or is it being paid by the NGAA paying for his attendance at this conference? It was the city. Thank you. Okay, do I have a mover and seconder for this item? Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Berry. Councillor Miles, would you like to speak to this?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think the report states it all.
Okay, Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you. I'd agree with Councillor Miles. I think the report gives us everything we need to know. Thank you.
Any speakers against? Councillor Newen.
Just wanted to ask whether the policy that we have voted for earlier, would that be a relevant consideration in making this decision?
Ms Martin.
The policy that was voted for previously was, and the clauses in question are in relation to continuing professional development, which this conference, I understand, does not fall within that, but within the duties as a council member and representation of council.
Oh,
Thank you.
Can you clarify, because the item actually refers to the reason why this needed to be voted on by council under the CPD policy?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, councillors. There's probably a couple of issues here that I'm sure you're all aware of, but I'll just remind you of what they were. A number of months ago, council endorsed Councillor Rowe as a member of this particular group. When Councillor Rowe came to me and said that he would like to attend this particular conference, I had a detailed discussion with the General Council, and we were very comfortable that his attendance would essentially be an extension of that council resolution because of the way that he was voted to attend this particular conference. The timing of it was nothing short of unfortunate. Although there are some references in the recommendation to the continuing professional development policy, I think it was explained quite clearly by the team previously that the wording of the policy talks about the reimbursement so that the administration doesn't go off and reimburse members of council during that caretaker or 3-month window. Essentially what we're looking for here today is the decision of the elected group that isn't related essentially to the policy. So, you know, we looked at this, we were applying an old policy when the application came to us, so the wording may or may not be a little bit clunky, but essentially the intent here is to get a resolution of council as opposed to a decision to be made by the administration.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you clarify that what you may have suggested was, given that Councillor Deputy Mayor Rowe is in the committee and that's already been approved, does that mean that we don't really need to have this decision to be made?
Mr CEO.
Councillor, that was the position of both myself and the General Council. It was the Deputy Mayor that said, no, I'd really prefer if this went through a full council process to be open and transparent. So I take my hat off to Councillor Rowe for wanting to be overly cautious. So both myself and the General Council were happy as an extension of that council resolution to approve his attendance, given that it was essential he attended to get elected to that national body, of which he was successful in doing.
Thank you. You have another question, Councillor Nguyen?
Yes, and just for my comfort, based on the current regulation, that's Regulation 37, whether the current policy applies immediately or not, that regulation applies to this particular motion as I understand it, and there does not appear to be scope for council to make decision approving a reimbursement that was incurred within 3 months. There's nothing in the policy or the regulation that says subject to council approval.
Mr CEO.
No, there's not. It talks about what can be and can't be in a policy. So what it's basically saying is if it's in a policy, then the administration can... So say, for example, if we look at this quite practically, if it said that you could reimburse a councillor during that 3-month period, and that was in the policy, administratively, we can do that each and every day. The policy says that you can't, so administratively we can't, but there's nothing in the regulations or the Act that says that council can't consider that. And I think if you look at this quite practically, it's going to make it incredibly difficult for a councillor to fulfil the last 3 months of their term if they can't do anything. So there's got to be an element of practicality that's applied. So that's certainly the way that we're interpreting this at the moment.
Thank you. These are very similar questions going around and around and again, and you've been given the same answers repeatedly. Unless this is a completely new question, Councillor Nguyen, we really need to keep the meeting going. Is this a completely new question?
Mayor, this is a separate item to the previous item. Yes, I'm asking the same question, but it's a separate item.
Yes, I know, but you've already asked that question several times under this item. Do you have a different question to ask?
Yeah, that was the first time I asked the question. Now, in relation to the policy, it seems to suggest that, yes, we're open to make decisions that are not in line with the policy. And if we don't, what is the guidelines for us not making a decision in accordance with the policy?
Mr CEO.
I'm happy for any of the other directors to jump in and answer questions, but council has the ability to make decisions outside of its policy framework, and you know we're bound as officers by the policy that's adopted by the group. But it wouldn't be unusual for an item to be presented to council because the administration's either in a bind because the policy is not effective or efficient, and we actually seek guidance from council to overlook the policy. So in this instance, we're basically saying, well, the policy, we can't do it administratively. We're going to need a decision of council. And I do think that we discussed it was quite clear as a part of that last item.
Thank you. Mr Tan?
Could I also just point you to 5.5B of our new policy where it says approval for council member attendance is to be granted by council where application does not comply with this policy.
Thank you.
Can you also clarify what would be the consequence of not following the policy, or in other words, breaching a council policy?
Mr CEO.
Well, administratively, it's an issue if you intentionally breach a council policy, which is why we're here in front of council and not making the decision administratively.
Councillor Seif, you have a question?
Just for clarification for anyone who's getting confused, as I understand it, the regulations and the policy are binding on administration, but they are not necessarily binding on council. Is that correct?
Mr CEO.
That's our interpretation at the moment, yes.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers against? Councillor Nguyen.
As I said earlier, I think it's important to support council development, especially attending CPDs and events as part of each person's continuing development. The concern I have in particular, this policy and the prohibition under regulation is that it's not possible for council to make a payment or reimbursement for fees and expense within the 3 months of a council term expiring or resignation. While it is open to council to make decisions that are not consistent with policy, there needs to be very good reason why we're not following our own policy. That's a clear reason for following policy is good governance, accountability and transparency. Now, if we're not following our own guidelines, what are we doing? There is no exception that has been outlined why a policy that has been approved earlier and without the proposed change I propose to make, with the regulation that states expressly that a council policy, a local government policy, must not reimburse or pay a councillor within 3 months. The decision to actually pay under this item, I believe, is ultra vires. It's not supported by the regulation. It's not supported by the policy. It's not open to council to make this reimbursement. And it's clear from the officer's response that whether we have this policy in place or not, the regulations that was amended in 2023 binds the council and the council's decision. And if we're going to start making decisions that are inconsistent with our own policy, inconsistent with the regulations, we're setting a dangerous precedent. We haven't given clear reasons why this decision is exempt from the policy. If there are exceptional circumstances that we must depart, we should state those reasons. And the current reason that's been expressed by the CEO is insufficient, and certainly I don't believe I can make a decision that is not in accordance with the regulation and the policy. And we know, historically, we've had this problem in the past. We basically have made decisions that are not in accordance with the existing regulation, and we have to backtrack. And I don't want this to be one of that. So I will not be supporting this decision.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, do you have a procedural motion?
Yes. To put the motion that we vote on.
Do we have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Figg. So we have a procedural motion in place to put the item to the vote. Councillors, please cast your vote on this item. So we have 11 councillors supporting the procedural motion to go straight to the vote, 2 against. So now we go to vote on... No, we voted on CEO 5 directly, didn't we? Sorry, it's just come up here as a procedural motion next to CEO 5, that's all. But we've got 11 supporting CEO 5 825, and we've got 2 against. Is that correct, councillors? Okay, so it's a procedural motion. We're going to the vote now. Okay, now we go to vote. Councillors, please go to vote. No. Okay, and so the motion has been passed, 12 supporting, 1 against, Councillor Nguyen against. Councillors, I want you to be aware that we are now at 10:15 and we've still quite a few items left on the agenda. If we're unable to finish council by 11 o'clock, which is council's policy, we will have to finish council on another night, and that will be Thursday evening. So just be aware of that as we work through this evening, that we will possibly continue this OCM on Thursday night if we don't finish the agenda tonight. So we now go to item CEO 6 825, council member attendance at the Western Australian Local Government Association Local Government Convention. I have a mover and seconder for this item. Mover, Councillor Herridge. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wright. Councillor Herridge, do you want to speak to this item?
Yes, please, Mayor. I'm hoping to also move it with an amendment, if that's okay.
Not a problem, so long as your seconder approves.
Yes, would you like me to explain why? On Thursday, the 21st of August at 1:56, I sent an email to council support to say that I've just found out that I don't require a paid ticket to attend my graduation at conference. My apologies for the misunderstanding of the requirements I need. Can I please request to cancel my application to attend WALGA conference and subsequently the agenda item on August's OCM for my approval to attend? I did consider still attending the conference, but with my upcoming election felt it appropriate to withdraw attending. Again, apologies for the mix-up from my end. I sent this before I realised Councillor Smith was also on this item. So my amendment is to just remove my name and allow Councillor Bronwyn-Smith to remain.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to this item at all, Councillor Herridge?
Did the seconder accept?
Yes, Councillor Wright has.
No, I think it's quite explanatory.
Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to this item?
Look, other than to say congratulations to Councillor Herridge on her achievement with the diploma, and congratulations to Councillor Smith for representing our council on State Council, and that WALGA's paying for this as well. So I think that's a positive for our council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this item? Councillor Smith, you have a declaration of interest.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to declare an impartiality regarding this item, as I am a member of the WALGA State Council. And for that reason, as a consequence, there may be a perception that my partiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against this item? Councillor Nguyen.
And I certainly will make it short. Support my colleagues attending the WALGA conference. Again, I repeat the comments I made earlier. I don't believe it's open to council to make a decision that is inconsistent with the regulations and the Act, and for those reasons, I will not be supporting this item.
Councillor Figg? Pardon? Yes, you can speak for.
Yeah, I think this is one of those ones where we are going to be well represented on the State Council by Councillor Smith. I'm very proud that we have a representative attending. It's fantastic. And I would note that the policy refers to reimbursement and not just attendance, which this case is only attendance.
Thank you. Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, Councillor Herridge, do you want your right to reply?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is being passed. 13 supporting, 1 against, which is Councillor Nguyen. We now go to item CEO 7825, review of council members' fees, allowances, reimbursements and benefits policy. This report has been withdrawn and scheduled for presentation at the Concept Forum on the 7th of October 2025 for further consideration. So we now go to motions on notice. Our first motion on notice is MN 01825 from Councillor Berry, shared zone signs in Mendari. Councillor Berry, do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do, Councillor Bedworth.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Over the last few months and certainly over the last few years, incidents on Anchorage Drive and near misses have increased, causing pedestrian issues. For pedestrians walking to from the shopping area, they share their access points with vehicles. Whilst I fully appreciate motorists should know the regulations in the Road Traffic Code and the law applying to them when in charge of a motor vehicle, many either do not know or choose not to follow the road rules or give way to pedestrians. This is a very busy area and due to the proximity to the popular Mendari Marina is often used by visitors to the area who are not familiar with the multiple entry-exit points. I believe any advocating to main roads to improve safety for all is worthwhile, and I'd really appreciate support tonight from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth, you'd like to speak to this item?
Yeah, but first, can I make a declaration?
Yes, you may make a declaration.
Thank you. With regards to item MN 01825, I disclose that as an employee of Main Roads, it may be perceived that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. I'll keep it very short given the time. I'd just like to point out to my colleagues in support of everything that Councillor Berry's just said, this area does have supermarkets, food outlets, medical services, a bar, restaurants, fuel stations, but more importantly, it also has an early learning centre nearby. And there's also a direct cycle and walking route to a highly attended primary school by people, and it's used by people of all ages. This mix of pedestrian traffic with multiple vehicle entry and exit points creates an environment where vehicle-pedestrian interactions are going to be increased. It's well known in my profession that small amounts of signage in regards to protecting vulnerable road users does have an effect on driver awareness and behaviour. It doesn't eradicate things entirely. So I would suggest that this is just a small and very simple, modest measure. The cost is minor and the benefit to the community could be substantial. So I recommend everybody supports it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this motion on notice, councillors, please cast your vote. And that recommendation is passed. Councillors against the recommendation is Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge and Councillor Parker. We now go to motion on notice 02825. Councillor Berry, Anchorage Drive Crossing. Councillor Berry, do you have a seconder?
I do, Councillor Bedworth.
Could you please speak to your motion? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as per my last motion, I'd repeat Anchorage Drive is a very busy road for both locals and visitors. Many use this road to access Mendari Marina and traffic volumes have significantly increased when the marina is holding events. The area at the top of Anchorage Drive remains a 60km/h area, whilst nearest to Marina has recently been reduced to 50km/h, which assists with pedestrians near the Marina, but not crossing near the shops. Speed remains an issue, and administration have supported my requests in the past to have the mobile trailer situated there to remind drivers to slow down. For locals living on the south side of Anchorage Drive, which includes the ever-growing development of Catalina, there is no shops, health facilities, schools, and therefore any pedestrians wishing to access these facilities have to cross this busy road. In 2021, I first asked if we could consider a crossing, and 4 years later, whilst we are further forward, nothing's in place for pedestrians to cross safely. As mentioned, there is no school on the south side. There is no school traffic wardens to enhance student safe movement to and from school, as the schools are not situated on this road but further into Mindari, heading north. Students have to cross this road at school times and the limit remains 60. It does not drop to 40. This road also sees young families with pushchairs, an ageing population with walkers, and those in wheelchairs having to run the gauntlet in a 60 zone to access their nearest facilities. I do not intend to repeat the whole report, but would remind everyone lives have already been sadly lost crossing this road, and I believe we should act now to ensure no more are lost with a growing population. I believe where possible, Council should be promoting safety for our residents as quickly as possible. Everyone is aware this road is difficult for pedestrians and has been in the news and remains a safety issue. I note in the administration comments that further delays would occur if administration applied for black spot funding. As getting to this point has taken years and the population and risks are increasing, I do not believe further delays are appropriate for this site, and I'm sure they could apply for black spot funding in other useful sites and locations across the whole district of Wanneroo. Adding a crossing as soon as we can after approval from roads is the responsible thing to do, and I'm asking my fellow councillors to support this motion tonight to add to the crossing without further delays. This will reduce the risk to the ever-increasing pedestrian population and assist our school children to have a safe space to cross a very busy road on their way to from school. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth, you want to speak to this item?
Yeah, I will, but if I can, again, just make a declaration that regards MN 02825. I disclose that I'm an employee of Main Roads. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this matter on its merits and vote accordingly. In support of everything Councillor Berry has just said, I can't add any further other than the fact that this is a three-stage process which can move as quickly as admin want it to, and that all that's been asked on this occasion is that the process be moved along as quickly as possible. We've already been waiting 4 years for this crossing. To delay any further is a tragedy to the community. With the addition of additional bus routes going down that Anchorage Road down to the Mindari Marina, there's still a bigger introduction of pedestrian and vehicle interactions going on there. There's a bar at the other side of the road, therefore you'll have more intoxicated people in the area. And also with the increase of events and functions going on down at the harbour, you have more vehicle interactions as well. So in order to support this motion, we're showing leadership and that we're going to put safety first. And it's about recognising that the risks here are growing and not diminishing. And that as a council, we're going to do everything we can to ensure that this crossing is delivered without any further delays. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers against? Do you have a question, Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's in stage 3, the likely cost of this traffic signal installation is approximately $500,000. For the black spot funding, how much would they normally give us if we were to apply for this?
Mr. Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor. Through black spot funding, 2/3 of the costs would be funded through the black spot program.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Oh, you have a question, Councillor Moore?
And are we confident that when we get to that stage that we would get the funding for this?
Mr. Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor. Whilst the city can put the funding application to Main Roads, it's difficult to say the probability of that being accepted. It will depend on the overall program.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. In the past, how successful have we been with black spot funding?
Mr. Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor, due to the scale and the size of the city, if you look on a percentage basis across LGs in WA, the city does quite well, but that's probably because of our size. It really depends on the submissions at the time and the data that's supporting those applications.
Thank you. Another question, Councillor Moore.
It's more of a statement slash, I can word it in a question. I am 100% for safety. My only concern is that tonight our motions are, if this does get approved, are sitting at almost over $1 million. And I would just need a little bit more evidence to be able to feel comfortable to approve it. I just want to be able to know what would that look like in the budget in a year's time, given that we've just approved it. And tonight's motions, that's almost $1 million that we're committing in. Do we have room to move in our budget for that?
Through you, Mayor.
Mr Chettleberg.
This would be future budget, so that would be something that would need to be considered by council as part of the next financial year's budget.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
So this would then come to our budget workshops next year for consideration.
Mr Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor, that's my understanding of that's how the process would work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Nguyen.
So if the recommendation were to be approved and construction were to commence in the 2026 and 27 year, does that mean that it's unlikely that we would be able to apply for and have black spot funding prior to commencement?
Mr Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor. As per the admin comments, black spot funding would be, application funding would need to go in July 2026. So if council chose to do those works before that, then funds would need to be found and presented through a proposed budget for next financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mayor. So just for a quick clarification on that. So if we pre-fund, can we still go for the application if we've already paid for it?
Mr
Are we
Chettleberg.
still able to do that?
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor, no, I don't believe you can make a retrospective application for black spot funding. It's for future projects.
Councillor Herridge.
Can I speak against?
Yes, you can speak against.
Thank you, Mayor. Being mindful of time, I'll be quick. Chair of Roadwise Committee, fully supportive of being safe. Just did a conference, which was free. But this just to me seems position hopping and putting one person in front of another on a priority list that we already have. So in voting yes for this, I could potentially be kicking somebody else off who actually is already above on top of the list. That's why we have criteria when we go through the process. So I'm not supportive of this motion.
Thank you. Any speakers for? You have another question, Councillor Nguyen. Go ahead.
Can you give us the earliest time frame if we were to go through the funding application and are successful, when would be able to commence construction? If not 26, 27, when will be the next available date?
Mr Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor. So just to clarify, your question is asking if we were successful in black spots funding, when could the project be delivered? So through you, Mayor, black spot funding would need to be, the applications would need to be in by July 2026. Just for context, I think this year's black spot fundings, we've just received notification this week. So that's July through to August. Then designs would need to be done and contractors engaged to do the work. So it could be several months before that, after the funding has gone in and acceptance received. If it was received in August 2026, we would still need to go out to contract to procure the works.
Thank you. I have a whole heap of questions here. Councillors, you do know that it's 25 to 11. We have a lot of items left on the agenda. I'm happy to accept the questions, but the meeting will be continued on Thursday night if we don't finish it tonight. Question, Councillor Nguyen.
So if I were to move an amendment instead of 27 to 27 to 28, that would then allow council to apply for funding for next year, July 26, and then commence the construction in 27. Is that right?
Mr Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor, the next round of black spot funding would need to be submitted by July 2026, so that is correct.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I'll make it super quick. So if we follow the process of tonight, we approve for it to go to stage 2. They come back to us with a detailed design. It will go to a budget workshop next year. Given that we have our budget meeting maybe in June next year, we'll be able to approve it or deny it, which then we can have adequate time to apply for the black spot funding. Is that correct?
Mr Chettleberg.
Through you, Mayor, if we were to put in black spot funding, it would need to be put in by July 2026. To be adopted in next year's budget,
Won't be enough.
it would not fit in with that time frame.
Thank you. Councillor Parker, you had a question? Councillor Nguyen, you have another question?
No, I'm moving an amendment.
You're moving an amendment. Okay. What is your amendment?
Changing the year to 27 to 28 commencement. That would then allow for admin to apply for black spot funding and start construction in 27.
Councillor Berry and Councillor Bedworth, are you prepared to accept that amendment in your motion on notice?
I just want to refer to the report, Madam Mayor. It says the project construction could commence in 26-27 and possibly be completed in 27-28 with administration investigating funding via a black spot grant. So it would already happen then. It is already in the Capital Works programme. We just don't want to wait because there is 2 people that have died at this crossing and there is school kids crossing this road every day. So I don't really want to do an amendment, no. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen, do you have a seconder for your amendment? Okay, there's no seconder for your amendment, so the amendment motion has lapsed. So do we have a speaker for the motion on notice? Okay, so now we close debate. Councillor Berry, would you like the right of reply?
No, I think the report speaks for itself. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, cast your vote. And the motion on notice is lost. 6 for and 8 against. Those against: Councillor Seif, Councillor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles, Councillor Figg, Councillor Parker and Councillor Moore. Those for are myself, Councillor Berry, Councillor Smith, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Bedworth and Councillor Nguyen. We now go to MN03 825. Councillor Berry, signage to link Coast Paths in Mindari. Moved, Councillor Berry. Councillor Berry, do you have a seconder?
I do. It's Councillor Bedworth.
Councillor Berry, would you like to speak to this item?
I think this one really speaks to itself. It should have gone through normal admin processes. I've been asking for a little while, as you know yourself, so it's purely to try and get this done. I don't really need to speak too much to it. It's just signage to connect to Coast Pass so people know where they're going. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Any speakers against? Councillors, cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We now go to MN04 825. Councillor Bedworth, the reconsideration of the proposed location for changing places facility in Clarkson. Councillor Bedworth, do you have a seconder for this item?
Yes, Councillor Berry.
Councillor Bedworth, would you like to speak to this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I move this motion because it's about making the very best decision for our community, not just a convenient one. It's about investigating further the feasibility of siting a change in places facility within Clarkson Town Centre and not at Riverlinks Park has been mooted by administration previously. But first, let me be clear, this intent of this motion is to take nothing away from Riverlinks Park. The universal access toilet that was promised there has been delivered. It's operational and it remains a valuable amenity for the community. That commitment has been honoured. A change in places facility is something quite different. It's not simply a larger toilet, it's a highly specialised amenity, primarily used by adults with profound and complex support needs. These are people who require hoists, adult-sized change tables and additional space to be cared for with dignity. The carers and families need these facilities in places where they can go about everyday life, close to shops, services, libraries, health centres and public transport. Riverlinks Park is a wonderful space and I don't rule out that it could host a change in places there one day. But first, this facility, the first for Clarkson, or actually anywhere north of Wanneroo town site, must be where it delivers the most amenity for most users. If we put it in the wrong place, we risk building something that will be underused, and that would be a disservice to the very people we are trying to help. The city has known about this need for years. In 2016, 6,504 people in the city of Wanneroo, that's 3.5% of the population then, reported a severe or profound disability requiring daily support. Yet in 2020, a note confirmed that our city has still had no change in places facilities at all. At that time, the only adult changing facility, not changing places, was at Aquamotion, and even then it was only available to paying customers. Meanwhile, our neighbours in Joondalup already had 3 changing places facilities. Across the metro area, by 2020, there were 31 in place, but none in Wanneroo, and that's striking. Community consultation in 2020 was clear. Over 80% of respondents said changing places were very important to them. Clarkson Town Centre was explicitly identified as one of the priority locations alongside Queen's Beach and Wanneroo. That was 5 years ago. And here we are in 2025, still without a single change in places facility north of Wanneroo. The people that live in that area north of Wanneroo now number in the region of 111,000 people. If we were to extrapolate the 3.5% figure to today's population, we now have 8,505 people with those disabilities as described. The frustration in the community is real and it is justified. This motion's about making sure that we get the first one right. We're asking administration to reassess, engage properly with people with lived experience and explore options in the heart of Clarkson, our city's second town site. Administration itself acknowledges that a town centre location would be beneficial and they support looking at co-funding with private landholders like Ocean Quay Shopping Centre and also Commonwealth funding sources. By February, we'll receive a report, if supported, that will return to Council with costings, funding strategies and engagement outcomes. That's not stalling. That is responsible decision-making backed by evidence and consultation. A change in places down at Riverlinks is future in the possible. No, it's essential. But the first change in places in Clarkson must be placed where it will serve the majority of people who need it most every day with dignity. We've waited long enough. Let's deliver it in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bedworth. Councillor Berry, do you want to speak to this item?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor. It's a basic human right to be able to access a suitable, safe and private space to go to the toilet without fear of harassment and abuse. This is something we all take for granted. I want to highlight a cohort of individuals that are not mentioned in the report or previous briefing notes. When considering changing places, everyone considers individuals with a disability and overlooks our elderly. If we all live long enough, we will age, and there are hundreds of community members in our local area that are aged and have a key, an MLAC key, to access a change in places toilet. There are also many community members recovering from surgeries and illnesses that have a support person, and they too access change in places so they can be assisted. Organisations also hold MLAC keys. Additionally, people with dementia also qualify if a GP signs it off, so they are assisted as they get confused and disorientated, so change in places are also good for them with their carers. I want to ensure everyone understands the value of a change in places reaches many in the community, including those with a disability. They're a vital community infrastructure that the city should locate in an appropriate location so our community members can access work, travel, socialise and take part in day-to-day activities such as shopping, a visit to the bank, library, hairdresser. Again, all things we take for granted. Clarkson Town Centre offers employment, a youth hub, a library, access to shops, restaurants, banks, hairdressers, nail bar, police station, car retailers, pool shop, local pub, coffee shop, Ocean Keys shopping centre, and importantly, a bus network that then connects to other locations such as Mindarie Marina, train station and parks. It also provides access to local members both at state and federal level. This location offers a variety and aligns to the very best reason changing places exists. A town centre is accessed every day in all weathers and is a perfect place to provide a change in places. Interestingly, 2 days before Council endorsed MN01 1114 on the 12th of November, Elgar posted a reminder. Councils are reminded the federal government is investing $32.2 million from 2022 to 2026 to offer to half of the funding to build a change in place facilities in local government areas. This is significant funding. I circulated the document to councillors last week. This Commonwealth funding is available in 4 tranches. In recent briefing notes to Council, I was pleased to note admin's comment in 2020 recognising the absence of CP facilities in the City of Wanneroo. Administration developed a strategic approach to build these facilities across the region. The briefing note from October 2024 informed several potential sites, and they considered Clarkson Town Centre, Quinns Beach, Yanchep Beach and Mindarie Marina, following the successful builds at Wanneroo Town Centre and Kingsway Regional Sports Complex. 3 of the places are identified in the Central West Ward. There's still not one in the Central West Ward. It is pleasing to note that the Dordak Kepup Library and Youth Hub will incorporate a change in places, as will Alkimos Aquatic and Recreation Centre. I think it would be good policy of Council to ensure all new buildings incorporate them so retrofitting is not a consideration later. I could go on, but I'm not going to in the absence, because there is time. There is more to say, but I would appreciate everyone's support for this. And I'd just say that individuals at the moment that go out with their carers have unsatisfactory options. They can either go home after a few hours, use unsafe transfers to non-compliant toilets or get changed on dirty floors. I think we owe our community more. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against this motion on notice? Councillor Parker?
I'm not going to do the 2 pages that I have here. Simply, I don't want the proposed change in places taken away from Riverlinks. The parents there are expecting it. Riverlinks has been an absolute passion project of mine right from the beginning. The children are using it. You drive past the Riverlinks Park so many times, I do anyway, so many times during it is chock-a-block full. I have stopped. The parents are absolutely loving it. The children, I'm not saying that anywhere else is unworthy, and I do think that the city really has to pull finger and start putting these places in Clarkson, the new Alkimos Surf Club, the list goes on and on. But I won't support this simply because I don't want it taken away from Riverlinks. Thanks.
Can I just ask administration for a point of clarity, please? Because there was never a change in places planned for Riverlinks Park, and I think this is part of the misconception communities got hold of. They have an accessible toilet facility that's already been delivered in Riverlinks Park, but there was never a change in places planned initially for Riverlinks Park until administration looked into the motion brought last November. The original site was always for Clarkson Town Centre. Thank you.
Mr. Storwitz.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair. Yes, that's correct. That it wasn't originally envisaged to be a changing place facility at the Riverlinks playground. Following the motion on notice, administration did identify the Clarkson area as an appropriate location for a facility of this nature. The preliminary investigations that we've undertaken did identify Riverlinks as a potential option, but we acknowledge that there can be additional work to be done to look into locations within the town centre as well to determine what may be the best option overall.
Thank you, Mr Starwitz. I just wish to confirm, according to the policy, we have 15 minutes left before we wind up the meeting at 11 o'clock, and then we defer the rest of the council meeting to 7 p.m. on Thursday. I just want you to be aware of that. Councillors, do I have any speakers against this item or for this item? We're up to for this item. Any speakers against? Councillor Miles.
Can I just ask then, in recommendation 1, it does say to pause the progression and the purpose of changing facilities at Riverlinks. Going on to what Councillor Parker is asking is whether it can be retained. Can administration put some comment around that, whether the both can be done over the coming couple of years?
Mr Starwitz.
Thank you, through the chair. There's not currently an active project in our capital works budget to deliver this facility in any specific location. The intent of this work to investigate locations was to inform a listing in the long-term financial plan, 20-year capital works budget. So I guess the recommendation as it stands at the moment is to pause specifically progressing that item for listing in the future budget. However, we could still, and the recommendation 5 does still request that that money be listed while that additional investigation work proceeds.
Councillor Herridge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just clarification, there isn't currently a Riverlinks changing places project in our current long-term financial plan. Is that what you're saying?
Mr Starwitz.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
I just clarify there's actually no changing places facility in our long-term financial plan within that area at all, whether it's at Clarkson or at Riverlinks. There's none at all in the area, except for maybe the new Alkimos site, but none there. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's my understanding. Yep.
So we're fighting over something, is this correct, that we don't even have in the long-term financial plan either way. Is that correct? May I make a suggestion that probably we can look at putting into the long-term financial plan an investigation for changing places at Clarkson and at Riverlinks, which is probably about 800 grand. Would that be an interesting proposal for council at this time of night, or would you like to consider it further later? Councillor Herridge?
Can I suggest a deferral? 5.13, defer to council forum for further discussion.
I think that would probably be good. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Wright. So we have a motion on the table to defer this item to a concept forum for discussion. It's seconded by Councillor Parker. And which concept forum do you want this brought to?
As soon as available, please.
Will you be able to get the information before the election? We would be able to discuss it before the election, is that correct? Mr Starwitz?
Thank you, through the chair. We have information ready to present on the outcomes of the investigations we've done to date. And if we can find a concept forum date to present that for discussion, we can do that.
I think council is saying you have to find a concept forum as soon as possible to present it. I think that's what it has to done. So it's a procedural motion.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yeah.
The procedural motion's now been moved and seconded. It needs to be voted on.
I agree. So we vote on the procedural motion to defer this item to a concept forum as soon as possible to be done. I don't know that we've got a date. I think dates are kind of important.
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible, you happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay. We can't debate it. We have to vote on the procedural motion. No, no questions, no more. There's a procedural motion on the table. We have to vote on the procedural motion as soon as possible to have it brought to a forum as soon as possible. Councillors, could you please vote on the procedural motion to bring this motion on notice to a forum as soon as possible for discussion? Councillor Moore. Okay, there are 4 against and 10 supporting the procedural motion, so this procedural motion has passed to move this to a concept forum as soon as possible. We now go to, we have 10 minutes left. We now go to MN06 825, Councillor Wright's review of the city's corporate governance framework, moved by Councillor Wright. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you.
Councillor Miles.
Yes, Councillor Miles is seconding, and I will take the report as read. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Miles, do you want to speak to this item?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any speakers against this item? If there are no speakers against this item, please cast your vote. And there's only, we're missing 13 for and 1 against, so that is passed. We now go to MN07 825, Councillor Wright, ICT device buyback. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Wright?
Yes, Councillor Miles. Yeah, Councillor Miles.
Okay, Councillor Wright.
Look, just to really keep it clear, this is the only motion on notice on tonight's agenda that is actually putting money back in the city's coffers, not taking anything out. And number 2, completely optional. If you don't want to be involved in the program, you don't have to be involved in the program. For those that want to buy their IT devices, the city's going to receive a revenue. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Miles.
No, Councillor Wright articulated it very well.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, cast your vote. 10 supporting, 3 against, and so that is passed. I have a motion on notice in support of the Origins project. I have moved it. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Rowe. I'm going to read this very quickly. I take the report as read. The Origins project is led by Professor Desiree Silva at the Joondalup Health Campus and supported by the Telethon Kids Institute. It is not just a study of a birth cohort, it is a research-enabling platform. Importantly, 60% of the participating families live in the city of Wanneroo. The project has already achieved outstanding engagement, successfully recruiting 10,000 families. This platform supports research across a wide range of areas, including asthma, allergies, autism, neurodivergence, ADHD, dyslexia and much more. Expanding this into a longitudinal study following the children through primary school and high school offers a cost-effective way to continue this research as these children become teenagers and later adults. This study is internationally unique. The scale and type of data already collected and the potential for further data collection will allow for the investigation of many diseases and conditions contributing to the search for cures. No other study worldwide has collected samples from such a large and diverse cohort, which makes the research findings more statistically robust. Importantly, if a condition is identified during the study, the child is offered immediate care to improve their outcome rather than waiting in line for assessment. This research is of direct benefit to the residents of the city of Wanneroo. Our community has been specifically targeted for its diversity, making our population ideal for this kind of study. Whilst there is no financial cost to the city in sending a letter to the Telethon Kids Institute requesting that they continue to fund the Origins project as a longitudinal study, the potential benefits to our residents are immeasurable. These include improved physical and mental health outcomes, as well as national and international benefits for families worldwide. Councillors, I ask that you support this motion. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to this item?
I commend you on the motion.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Yes, Councillor Nguyen.
Isn't it open to you, Mayor, to write a letter without council endorsing the decision?
If I was to write a letter as leader of the council and representing the city for this to be continued on a longitudinal study without councillors voting and supporting me, that would be wrong because I speak on behalf of council. I don't speak on behalf of myself. So that's why I've brought this motion on notice to council. Any speakers against? If there are no speakers against, councillors, please cast your vote. And that is passed unanimously. We are at 3 minutes to. Let's close the door and do the staff manner, please, quickly. Have a mover and seconder to close the door. Moved, Councillor Wright. On item CR 010825, strategic land opportunity proposed acquisition, it was voted 12 councillors supported, 2 councillors didn't. The councillors against were Bedworth and Newen. The councillors for were myself, Rowe, Herridge, Wright, Miles, Berry, Smith, Coetzee, Figg, Parker, Moore and Seif. For item CR 020825 staff matter, council approved by an absolute majority with 13 councillors supporting the item and 1 against this item. The councillor who voted against was Councillor Newen. The councillors who supported this item was myself, Deputy Mayor Rowe, Councillor Herridge, Councillor Wright, Councillor Miles, Councillor Berry, Councillor Smith, Councillor Coetzee, Councillor Figg, Councillor Parker, Councillor Bedworth, Councillor Moore, Councillor Huntley and Councillor Seif. Oh, sorry, Huntley's not here. Sorry, I was just reading around. Okay, the date of the next meeting is the agenda briefing scheduled for 6 p.m. on the 9th of September 2025 to be held at the Council Chamber, Civic Centre, 23 Dundebar Road, Wanneroo. Item 14, closure. Thank you for your attendance. I declare the meeting closed at 23:04. Thank you, councillors.